challenge for us, but we will see what we can do. Game number 1. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we're going first. We always like to see that, and our opponent is actually on a rank up game. So I do feel a little bit bad if we are denying them King of Games. But opening hand looking pretty solid. We could definitely choose to just set 3 and pass here. But we do also have the option to summon out 2 boss monsters. We are setting up Pocket Pikachu and Currybots for the future, but drawing another tribute monster would be kind of a pretty bad brick. Obviously, if they are on Yami Ruler, they would be able to beat over one of our bosses if they delay directive. But if they don't, I think ultimately Dragius is going to be the summon here. And this is because Dragius doesn't actually do as much as Summon Skull in the Yami Ruler matchup. Due to our Siren of Dawn skill, we are able to boost Summon Skull up to 3100, whereas Dragius is never beating the opposing boss monsters. Welcome, Jagzen. We are playing some Gaia today. Alright, so we see a Kime Ruler. Will they go for the direct attack or take out Dragius? I imagine they have to destroy Dragius, unless they want to be very aggressive. Alright, entering battle with 1 trap card. As expected, they do take out Dragius. Our move, and we get a bunch of tribute monsters. This is exactly why I wanted to tribute stuff off initially. But, this is actually working out pretty poorly for us. As... oh, I probably should have played down this Flame Cerebrus. But unfortunately, it's too late. Siren of Dawn is going to boost us up to 3100, and hopefully we are able to take out Kime Ruler. 3100 is more than enough for a Barrier or Dark Ruler Battle Slash, but if they have exactly Widespread Ruin, we would basically lose the game on the spot. We saw no Hourglass activate, which suggests to me they are actually setting a Monster Reincarnation. So we need to watch out for a second copy of Kime Ruler. They are running the Beast Engine, and it is now online for future turns. All of these attack position monsters does suggest they are going to be able to beat over this somehow. They have some monster to tribute summon. 1700 on the Tiger is actually just enough to not worry about my own copies of the Barrier. Welcome, Joyful Rhythmic Gymnastics. That is a great channel. I'm assuming you probably post videos on that. I need to check out your channel. I need to check your channel later, because that sounds pretty fun. Anyway, I'm gonna just go ahead and take this damage. Unfortunately, we have 5 monsters in the graveyard, so Ghost Cyclone is not going to generate the advantage. But we are at least going to be able to clear the board. And with a Currybot, this is actually a pretty solid hand. Let's go Ghost Cyclone number 1. Ghost Cyclone number 2, which we could consider saving since we knew it was not a trap card. And having the Ghost Cyclone for a later Widespread Ruin may have been the better play. In any case, we are going to get over this board by summoning out Gazelle and a couple of tribute monsters. I could hold onto the Flame Cerebrus once again, but I don't see a reason to do so. So let's go ahead and tribute off Gazelle. Activate the skill. Boost Gaia and go for the clear. And we pass turn. So, one use case of the Barrier is actually to protect Gaia from opposing monsters, since they will go down to 2100. However, that isn't really all that great, as doing so is going to not actually destroy one of their monsters, but keeping it around as tribute fodder is probably the best we can hope for. So they go for the Paku Paku, indicating they do have at least one tribute monster. If they get out a double boss board, we could be in trouble, but otherwise, I'm not too concerned. They use the advantage they generated with Paku Pikachu to activate a monster reincarnation. And they discard a second copy. I think this does mean they are going to be digging for a high-level monster. So if they have a pretty awkward hand, then we might be able to take advantage of it and keep our board relatively safe. But no, they are actually looking for a non-death, meaning they almost certainly have a Yami ruler. As why else would you get rid of a low-level monster for another low-level monster? Summon out the tiger, and here it comes, Yami Ruler, the Dark Delayer. Non-death is going to come out and change it back up to attack mode. However, this is still not going to clear my entire board. I wonder which one they're going to go for. One of the new default YouTube names. I didn't even know they did that. Alright, so we go to defense mode as expected. And then one monster face down. But they are actually keeping this non-death in defense mode. We're gonna go ahead and barrier. And let's get back our yeah, it's really tough to choose between Summon Skull or Dragias, but I am gonna pick Summon Skull since it actually clears Yami Ruler. Hoping we can draw either another Gaia or Summon Skull on the next turn. And that is actually looking pretty solid. I think we Phoenix. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We don't need Flame Cerberus, but we would like Dragias. And they concede, giving us a win. Basically, we were about to summon out Summon Skull and Dragias to clear their entire board, plus back things up with a Widespread Ruin. So we probably were at a very big advantage. Starting off with a win. And I did actually win a game right before we went live. So if we managed to do a 3-game win streak, we could hit King of Games. But I am not expecting it to be that easy. Alright, next up is a Luke player. And we are not going first this time. Going first, definitely a huge advantage. Our hand is reasonable, but nothing crazy. Let's see what they set up. Presumably they are just going to go with a set and pass type of board. Welcome, Thiago. Hope you're having a good time. Alright, so they have a ton of set cards, which is a little bit of a concern for me. I think we go with the Silver Wolf, Phoenix Dragon, and Paku. This will let us bring out Gaia, then mill 2 and weaken the Dragorite to the point where Silver Wolves are going to be able to beat over it. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Number 1. Then when it, oh, we lose Widespread Ruin, which is actually really bad. Now, we need to play around as many traps as we can. They currently cannot activate the barrier, but Music Princess's Recital would be a bit of a chore. Let's go ahead and swing in with a Silver Wolf first. That way, if they have a trap card to try to stop it, we are more likely to get in for more damage. Unfortunately, if they open the Widespread Ruin, we are in trouble. They did go ahead and have a they do have a trap card, but they no longer are able to activate it, which makes me think it is indeed a recital, and we got in a ton of extra damage by successfully playing around it. If they have 2 cards in hand, they should both be level 7 monsters. So our board probably is not very likely to stick around. But I'm hoping it is going to be good enough. Gravity Press is going to weaken that Gaia the Fierce Knight. Oh, a Ghost Cyclone. Makes sense for them to get rid of it since they already know my Widespread Ruin is in the graveyard. And I've also lost a barrier. Fire Guardian coming out where they only 1 tribute monsters. If that is the case, if I were them, I probably would have summoned them out last turn instead of having just the Dragorite. As you saw, I was able to beat over it with my other cards. Unfortunately, we completely brick here, and that is rough. Even if we lower it by 400 attack points, it would still have 1700, which is not enough. So all we can do is set and go to defense mode. We had such a great start to the game, but it is unfortunately about to turn around. Let's go ahead and see what they do. That was our chance to really, win the game. Hammer Crush was a face down card, so my Ghost Cyclone is gone. But they are getting rid of a Dragonic Pressure, which is a really interesting discard. I feel like that is one of the better cards in the deck, but they have a Pierce as well. This is definitely a bit of a non-standard deck list. Alright, they clear out the Silver Wolves and inflict some pretty major damage. But we draw Dragius, so we are not in too bad of a spot. Currybot is not set up, so we're going to go ahead and bring it down. Let's Dragius next. 1 and 2. And bring out some more support. Now, like I said, I am 90% sure they are on a recital. So if we go like this with Dragius, we can inflict 400 damage. No, it's not recital. They baited me. It's actually Phantom Bind, but that is not going to be good enough. Let's just clear this out and finish the game. Have I tried the new Beast Warrior cards? No, and that's because I don't have the wins yet to get Lyogon. I know a lot of people are on 2 copies, so I need to get to the I want to say it's something like 40 or 80 wins in Ranked Ladder to get those SR tickets. So 42 and 48 looks like what I am aiming for. I'll probably go ahead and give them a whirl on a future stream. If you're looking for a Beast Gear deck list, I'm pretty sure Tomato Sores has recently uploaded a video about them. So I would definitely go check it out. But maybe not right now. Wait until the end of the stream. Mwahaha. Okay. Next match is gonna be a Roa. We are getting a pretty big amount of deck variety today. Looks like we are up second. But against a heavy metal deck, that is probably preferable. But maybe not with a hand like this. We currently have no tribute monsters. Alright, let's see what they go for. They are on a 35 card deck, which is also pretty interesting. Setting 1, and they might be considering a tribute summon based on the delay. They are. Now the thing is, that could be a 2000 defense or a 0 defense. It's really a 50-50. So I think the best way to play this is to use Servant of Dawn on Gazelle. If it's a 2000 defense monster, we'll be able to clear it. But it's the 0, and we still get in for 2300 anyway. no hourglasses were listed during those attacks, so both of those face down cards are probably spells. I would expect Monster Reincarnation and either a Ghost Cyclone or a yep, okay. Here we go. Ghost Cyclone is going to clear out my barrier and give them an extra card. This is actually kind of concerning. A Heavy Metal puts in some serious work here. But even a Growl is good, which the Rocker is going to get them. Luckily, they won't be able to attack directly during this turn. Okay, Gargoyle is going to raise itself to level 5, but they do have to give up a card because they went first. So things are not as bad as it seems. We know they have a Growl, and they are going to go ahead and summon it out. This could all be part of the setup for Heavy Metal. Shout coming down as well, but no, it's another set card. And they are going to be able to clear out both. Honestly, Lyogon is awkward because it forces you to tribute 2 mons instead of 1 or 2. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. But it's also really the deck's way to get over 2,500 attack point monsters, so I'm not sure how much of a choice you really get in the matter. We do have a Paku Paku Chu, which I guess is worth going for. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We'll put the Silver Wolf back on the bottom and get Gazelle out. Here comes Flame Cerberus, unless we want to go for a Gaia, which honestly sounds like a pretty reasonable play. But we also have we could save the Paku and have it for next turn, but I'm either setting it or summoning out a Gaia here. And which one of those is the better play? I mean, if I want to play around the barrier, I probably do need to bring out the Gaia, unfortunately. So, but no, I really want to save this for later. Yeah, I have a reasonable play without it, so I'll go for the Flame Cerberus. Set this, then set this, and head into battle. I guess we can test for a trap card, so swing in. Yeah, and they do have something. But they aren't using it, which makes me think it's probably a barrier. Let's clear out the Shout and see how it goes. Pass turn. A really funny option would have actually been to put this Paku Paku Chu in attack mode as a wow. King's Reward is quite rare. But yeah, that does clear my Cerberus. Quite interesting. Gargoyle, sure. And an Echolus. Now remember, King's Reward means that they aren't able to actually attack me directly. If they are only dealing a couple points of damage, there's no reason for me to Widespread Ruin. So I'm going to hold on to my cards, keeping the resources intact. Alright, and now we do have a fair number of options. I could go for a Gaia here if I ditch my barrier. But is that worth it? I kind of want to play conservatively, as I don't think it's a lethal board either way. So I'm gonna just hold on. Oh wait, this did not need to be in attack mode. I don't have any targets that it's able to clear. So let's go ahead and just debuff this one. Summon, oh, a Dragius. Now, that is really interesting. We could Monster Reincarnation. And go for Dragius. Then try to swing over the whole board. That seems worth it. Let's go ahead and activate the effect and recycle our newly milled Multi-Strike Dragon. I think if they had a Widespread Ruin, they would have used it on the previous turn. but maybe not since they had the King's reward set as well. Ultimately, I'm going to say there's one way to find out. Let's go ahead and swing in with Dragius. And they did actually have it the whole time. That's rough. Gazelle swings in. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, so they let this one go through. The other set card is probably the King's Majesty, that recycles the Descendant of Titans. Hammer Crush coming down. 50-50. And they actually snipe it. Even though I didn't use it last turn, they decided to hold onto the card. They decided to destroy it anyway. I feel like that's definitely a misplay. But we're going to do what we can. Barrier this. Save our monster. And let's go with Pocket Pikachu back into the deck. We want to have an advantage generating card since we've lost a lot of low level monsters and have only gone through one Gaia so far. We are going to take some damage, but that is fine. Let's see what we do on the next turn. Hopefully it's a decent draw. Currybot is good enough for me. Currybot, summon out, use the effect. And now, we need 3 tributes total. So if we go Currybot next, we can bring in Gaia. 1 and 2. Then the Silver Wolves. And we don't have to worry about Widespread Rune anymore, so it's just stuff like King's Majesty that we are trying to play around. And maybe barriers. So let's go ahead and weaken this one by 500. Next up is Summoned Skull. And we can provide a boost to Gaia the Fierce Knight. We're boosting the smaller one because it plays a little bit around King's Majesty. Let's go ahead and try to do this attack first. Like I said, I do think they have the negate. I was right. But that is fine. That is why we have the Summon Skull as well to go for it. They have another trap card. But we know it's not Recital. It might be a Phantom Bind, which means Silverwolf would go down here. Hopefully it is just the barrier. We get a clear, and we're still in this game. Very close one. Keeping the Silverwolf alive through that barrier is really important because it means a heavy metal is not going to OTK us. Whereas otherwise we would have taken a ton of damage if it popped a Gaia first. This is a heavy metal, but they didn't use any level 5 or higher monsters. So they actually are not able to clear us just yet. Well, I mean, they are able to take out Gaia, but that's not what I'm worried about. In comes a Nessus. And then another heavy metal. Okay. So they are going to get in for 1,500. Or 1,300 if they go for the Summon Skull. And now it's our move. Unfortunately, this Ghost Cyclone is not going to work. And that is really rough. We needed to see a Gaia. We have another one in the deck, but it's in the bottom 3. The thing here is that with Dragius, it's 2,500, but I am very confident that they have a face down barrier. And if they have barrier, I don't have a way to clear this. And then on the next turn, all they have to do is summon out a heavy metal, and I'm going to die. What I can do is set 3 cards. And I just have to hope to survive somehow. So this is quite risky. Another Hammer Crush is crazy. Descendant of Titans coming out for a Echolus. And another set card. Interestingly, we are keeping a monster around. This is our final shot. We need to win this turn. Unfortunately, Dragius is not going to be able to use the effect, which is a big issue, actually. But at this point, there's nothing else we can do. We have to just go for it. And hopefully this is going to be enough. 1 and 2. We activate our skill. And let's think about it. I'm pretty sure they have a barrier face down. 2900 into 1600 is lethal. But it is not lethal if they have a barrier. 400 plus 900 is also lethal. But it's still not good enough either. Is there any other trap card it could be? We do see a recital here. So, okay, let's say they barrier this. It becomes a trade, and then I'm only dealing 900, which is not game anyway. So the best play is to just kind of go for it. This is all we can do. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is game. We were so close. If we had just one more card in the deck, we would have been able to use Dragius' effect and get over this and win. And that would have been our 4th win. So now we are restarting all the way back from square 0. I guess, there was actually a point in this game where I could have dealt 200 more damage. But they got me fair and square, and I don't really regret playing around the cards I did. It's also definitely worth noting that they misplayed because I did not show a trap card. I had turned off the toggle so that they wouldn't see that I had the Widespread Ruin, and then they chose to destroy it anyway, instead of my new set. So, I would say they got a little bit lucky with the spell and trap cards. We're going first this time. Let's see if we're able to turn things around. We are setting up both a Pocket Pikachu and a Currybot by making this play. You could definitely argue to keep Gazelle over the Phoenix Dragon. But I like setting up our advantage generators if possible. Alright, so we see the opponent is not on Resonance because of the Silver Wolf. And Burning Blaze Dragon plus the skill is going to confirm. Ancient Forces. So they are clearing out 2 of our monsters. So we are actually going to be keeping a Gazelle around anyway. Oh wait, turn this off. I didn't want to show them the barrier, but I accidentally did. I could have theoretically used it, but without knowing what we're going to draw, I'd rather save it for later. We have enough here to make plays, so let's go set, flip. No, I guess actually I should have summoned this in the case that we mill exactly Dragius. We don't, so it is fine. Let's go ahead and summon out Gaia the Fierce Knight, and we will boost it up with Servant of Dawn. Throw down another face down, and activate the skill. Servant of Dawn, boosting Gaia, and we're going to get an early lead. One other thing that's actually really nice about this deck is, Gaia has 2100 defense, which means Ancient Arise Dragon cannot destroy it. Unfortunately, Ancient Arise Dragon does, of course, raise itself up to 3000, so it is able to take it out that way. We've got a few cards set on our field, though, which should help us at least weather the storm a bit. Alright, they're going for a raw monster reincarnation, which is a -1. And if they are ditching an Ancient Arise Dragon, I think they must really need a low-level monster. This indicates to me that they did brick, but also that they have a second Ancient Arise Dragon in hand. Let's see what they summon. The Silver Wolf they added, of course, and a Silver Fang. So that's going to go ahead and weaken my monster, presumably Gaia. Exactly as planned. Next up is the Ancient Arise Tribute Summon. And here it comes. What will the final card be? It might be another brick, though. It's entirely possible this ends up being the only monster they summon this turn. Shuffle away the two to destroy Gazelle. And the question is, do I want to recycle any of these cards? No. So we are good just sitting on this. We do have a Ghost Cyclone, so we're going to be able to destroy their face down. This is perfectly good enough for me. Let's go ahead and start with the Cyclone. Get rid of this. And it's a barrier. Next up, I can Curry Bot, and I can actually even use the effect. So I'm going to, for sure, only 500 life points to get a free card. Then we summon out Curry Bot and Gaia the Fierce Knight. 1 and 2. Activate Servant of Dawn. Then we summon All-Seeing White Tiger. We could have Monster Reincarnation. And doing that would get us either a 1500 Gazelle or another Gaia the Fierce Knight. But since that is not lethal, I'm actually pretty inclined to just end on this board, saving our Curry Bot for later. Unless I did miscalculate lethal, but I highly doubt it. As expected, 2700 is way more than we would have gotten off of summoning another low-level monster. And this makes it harder for them to hit my important trap cards if they draw into a Ghost Cyclone. Dragonite comes down. Looks like they are going to be able to tribute summon another card out. They are down to Ancient Arise Dragon, so it's pretty likely they are just going for something like a Burning Blaze Dragon to get over Gaia. But if it's a Clear Ice Dragon, it's actually not going to be enough, because we have plenty of protection. Interestingly, they did choose Silver Fang here. But we are going to go ahead and win the game. As long as we don't disconnect, this one should be locked up. We see them discard another Burning Blaze to the graveyard. But with our trap cards, this will be a 1-2 combo that leaves their board basically empty and lets us finish the game with Monster Reincarnation on the next turn. As long as we don't disconnect right here. Or on the next turn. They have entered battle. And we start off with a barrier. If we return Gaia the Fierce Knight, their monster goes down to 2200 and they take some damage. Though that was actually the wrong card. Because I was planning to recur the Gaia on the next turn. Let's go ahead and Widespread Ruin for the second pop. They get in for 200. And now we don't have a high level to recur, but we draw plenty. So we go for the All-Seeing White Tiger, Curry Bot as well. Tribute 1 and 2. Activate the effect. And then... I mean, if they have the widespread, they actually do survive. 1500 plus 800 wouldn't be enough. So, I think this is actually, perhaps I got a little bit too overzealous. Oh, but they don't have a trap to stop us. We can go in. And that is 1 out of 5. So, I think if we had won the previous game, that would have actually been a quick 5-game win, just straight into King of Games. Which is really interesting to think about. That we were just 200 life points off. Because yeah, all of these were from tonight. 1, 2, 3, 4. But no problem. This deck is definitely good enough to get there eventually. Alright, another Roa player. This is the deck we lost the last time, probably. But it is a more refined 30-card version. We open going second, which is probably fine since we're against Roa specifically. And we do have a Cerberus. So, clearing the opponent's turn 1 board shouldn't be too tough. Alright, they are setting a monster. Setting 2. So far, looking pretty normal. They did get kind of lucky, drawing 2 spell trap cards. So, I think there is an argument to keep Summon Skull in our hand. In case they get a widespread of everyone, and for its ability to go up to 3100 on future turns. But I'm just going to play it out, and try to get over the opponent's board. Let's go ahead and start swinging in. I probably should have done Silver Wolf first, because now a barrier could theoretically have stopped that attack into the gargoyle. Oh, and we luckily do not hit a 1400. Once again, it is very notable that Roa did not have any hourglasses on our attacks. So both of those cards should be things like Monster Reincarnation. Palace Gargoyle coming down. Heavy Drive is up next. They do lose a card, but a Heavy Metal is pretty devastating to my board state. Oh, it's actually just a Growl. Oh, and they lose a Heavy Metal in the process. Always good to see that. Another card going down. And this one might be a trap. Interestingly, they do go for a set here. Alright, our move. And we draw a decent board. Silver Wolf, definitely going to be useful. Let's go ahead and weaken Growl so we don't have any worries about barriers. Additionally, we actually mill a Curry Bot, which is great for our future game plan. Losing a Gaia, not quite as good. Let's go 1 and 2. Then Silver Wolf. And set 1 and 2. Activate the skill. Probably do want to play around Widespread Ruin a little bit. Did it? I did click the button. Okay. Swing in with Cerberus. Still nothing activated, but they could have a recital. What are the odds that it's another babysitter goat? I think we go for it. It was a goat. We lose out on 1300 damage. That's really rough. But hopefully our board is equally good enough. Welcome, Spectre. We are doing pretty well today. I think we're something like 4 or 5-1. Unfortunately, that wasn't good enough to get King of Games, but we are going to keep trying. And the stream has been surprisingly stable. At least, I think so. I guess anyone can tell me if I'm wrong. Go Cyclone, 50-50. Alright, they hit my barrier. But they have a second one set as well, which means I have to say goodbye to my widespread ruin. And now I'm really wishing I got that extra damage in. Alright, telepathic agent, that is going to be able to boost up to level 5. Luminous Parrot as well. Neither of the monsters are particularly strong on their own, but they do work with his skill. Oh, but Rocker. That's even worse for me, because now it means that they're generating advantage. Alright, Heavy Metal is gonna get in for 1500. And we are down 2 Gaia and a 7 Skull. And they just have so many trap cards. I think this is going to be another loss. I'm going to find it very difficult to beat over this board. We have a Phoenix Dragon, but nothing here to do it. All we can do is set. You could argue for keeping the Cerberus in attack mode, but that loses to a Growl. And if they get another Heavy Metal, it doesn't matter either way. Alright, here comes Growl, but they didn't use the effect. Probably because they don't need to. I could go ahead for a recycle, get my Summon Skull back into the deck, but I don't really see a reason to, so we're just gonna pass. We'll let them take out our cards, and we will be able to use Pikachu on the next turn. We draw. Reincarnation is interesting, but probably not good enough. At this point, there is a really good chance they have Widespread Ruin. Or, I think what I have to do is kind of just go like this and play it really conservatively. So we know they have a trap somewhere. And it is Widespread Ruin. Luckily, with 2 set cards, they shouldn't be able to deal any more than 2,500 points of damage to us on their turn. Valflesia makes a great point. If this monster reincarnation were the upcoming Shield and Sword, we would be able to just completely clear their board and win the game. They do have a Pierce here, but unfortunately, we are just going to kind of eat it. So now I could use Barrier, which I think is going to be worth it, because getting those cards back into the deck actually does something. And since our board is getting cleared, and we don't have to worry about Widespread Ruin, we get a real chance to make a counterattack. Okay, plenty of monsters. Let's go with Paku. Activate the effect. And we are putting back Paku again. This will give us a Gazelle. Then we can Tiger. Then we can Dragius. 1 and 2. Mill 1. Yeah, the question is whether or not we go for the Summoned Skull instead of the Gaia the Fierce Knight. I think it makes sense, too. But I kind of do want to be able to use them more in the future. 1, 2... Well, actually, yeah. So, going for this plays around the barrier. So we're gonna Reincarnation and grab Summoned Skull. The issue is that they might have King's Majesty, since we've seen a couple of Babysitter Goats. And if they do that, we aren't actually able to clear out the Heavy Metal, which is really unfortunate. But we have to play around as many as we can. So let's go to battle and swing. We do see a trap card of some variety is on the field, but we get through it. So next up is Dragius swinging in. And they do have the King's Majesty, which they are going to use to negate both of our attacks at once. I could swing in the Gazelle, but I need to keep it. The reason I need a Gazelle on the board is to have something to absorb Heavy Metal's hit. Royal Rebel Shout comes out, and unfortunately, we are probably not going to be able to take this one home. Another Heavy Metal is just about ending the game anyway. Plus, just like last time, we are down to 8 cards left in deck. Alright, so that is 1500, and another Growl would end it. And there we go. That is going to be game over for us. Oh, so they actually did miss lethal here. But I'm not sure there's anything I can do to make it make a difference. So obviously we only get 3. So they have 6 cards left in deck. So if I set 3, they'll go down to 1 card remaining. Then I will draw for turn, go to 0. Pass, they would go to 0, and then I deck out and lose. Unless I can find some kind of crazy way to win the game this turn. Which I cannot. There's just no way. We'll put in the damage we can, though. Silverwolf, Gazelle. Wait, no, I had a Pocket Chew. I might have been able to get an extra card into the deck next turn. But we'll just show what we have. Yeah, see, we would have been able to recycle 1, and then maybe win that way. But in any case, here's what we can do on the offensive end. Definitely a misplay. 1 and 2. Well, no, because they would have been able to hit the Pocket Chew and end the game that way. We swing. They still have trap cards, even after all of this. We'll swing in. And there's that barrier. We did our absolute best, but this one is going to be a loss. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hope you are having a good night, Shobuharu. What ring am I currently? I am in Gold 5. So, we are just aiming for the full 5-win streak. Progress is probably going to be pretty slow, but we're gonna do what we can. We basically need to get pretty good luck 5 times in a row. Even if the deck is good, it's always gonna come down to the draws. Alright, we are up first. Let's go ahead and see what we have. This is not the best opening, especially if we're against a resonance deck. We will do what we can. Let's go ahead and set some cards. So obviously, if they get the Slayer out and blow us up, that's going to end the game on the spot. Otherwise, we might actually be in a decent position. They also don't draw any tribute monsters, but we are still struggling. We have 3 copies of Gaia already in our hand. Sometimes this is just how it goes. I think we want to bring out our own Gaia here, as Summon Skull is the better monster, but we can't afford to have 3 level 7s in hand. Oh, actually, what we can do is now bring out Summon Skull over Gaia, and that'll get our hand down. Let's just swing into this one. Alright, and they have a trap card. They might even have the Widespread Ruin, which is very funny. Why do I think they are holding so much to release field spells? I think they just forgot. No, I don't know. We are getting one eventually, and here comes Slayer immediately. Show me the second Slayer. Alright, they hit the Cyclone. Why is there a 0 attack monster? Presumably there is a Gravity Pest. Why is there a Sports Dragon pitcher in attack mode? Oh, is this it's to push for lethal. Okay. I will accept it. It's still pretty silly though. We really want to see a Pocket Pikachu and the other low levels. Not quite what I wanted because of the Ghost Cyclone, but it is good enough to play the game. We'll grab Gazelle. Bring them out together. Gaia the Fierce Knight, for sure. It'll boost itself up to clear Slayer, and then we'll throw down another face down. Activate Servant of Dawn, and we get our chance. Thanks to the 0 attack Sports Dragon pitcher, it feels like we aren't completely out of the game just yet. Obviously, we are still hugely behind, but what can we expect when they open the Widespread Ruin and we brick? Alright, so they are starting off with sets, which means they might not have an answer. But maybe they just like to set monsters before they tribute. Here comes Dragius. Definitely not the one we wanted to see. We don't have a barrier to save us. But if we did, we would have been in such a good position. Alright, it's our move. And we are going to continue to hang on just barely. Let's go ahead and summon out some monsters. I'm gonna get rid of this Flame Cerebrus as it doesn't do anything against any of the bosses in this deck. And we've already seen the Widespread Ruin, so we don't need to really hold on to it. Let's go ahead and set Barrier, activate our skill, boost, and swing. Obviously, if it was another low-level monster, we would have had a much stronger board. And we actually have not seen any Curry bots, and we did lose one Paku. Okay. Welcome, Rahuta. How are you today? Alright, here comes a second Dragius right out of the gate. We are hoping that they don't have any other, but a Gravity Pest Dragon is going to end the game. Even with our barrier, it's not enough because they managed to debuff us. But we tried our best. Let's go ahead and activate it anyway. If we're going to lose multiple games, it's better to get them in a row because it's not about having a high win rate, it's about going on a win streak. So I definitely believe we can do it. We can ignore that for now because we are trying to climb. Ba-bum. Right, and we are up against a Gavin. So presumably they are on the Kime Ruler deck. Interesting hand. Let's see what we draw. Another Pakachu. I think because of that, I am incentivized to go like this. And we keep this one around for next turn. As we have a Gaia we want to get out, and the All-Seeing White Tiger is here for fulfilling the effect. We see a Gazelle, which means they probably aren't actually on Celerity. I've been bamboozled. 3 Gazelle. They are not going to be able to clear with that. My Flame Cerberus has too much defense. So now is our chance to make a push. We draw decently enough. 1, 2, and here's where Servant of Dawn really shows off its power. Because of the way the skill works, we don't have to boost our Gaia the Fierce Knight. We are able to use this and boost our own Gazelle to beat the opponent. Let's go to attack mode, activate the barrier, and head into battle. Swing in with 1, 2, and 3. It isn't a ton of damage, but we are on the advantage. And if they have a card like Dragius on the next turn, we actually do have some protection as well. We are a little bit worried about a Ghost Cyclone, as that'll destroy our trap card and generate value at the same time. But they're much more likely, actually they can't be using Hammer Crush Steel because Gakuto does not get that as a skill. Okay, but they are on Paku. Let's see what they bring out. They have something. Alright. Oh, is it a noodle deck? Flame Inspector is a really interesting choice. And it is noodles. Noodle Art Boost is gonna provide okay, Spice getting the boost makes a lot of sense, as there's only one. Wait, they don't even use the effect. That is a huge throw. Let's barrier and put back our Pakachu. This board is not very good. They are just clearing themselves out to end the game. Understandable. I will head into battle phase and attack as soon as possible. No need to draw this one out. Gaia the Fierce Knight picks up a win. I will send them the nice, because that was a fun deck. And we'll move on. Hopefully, we can get 4 more games like that. Yeah, so they were only in silver rather than gold. I wonder what happened to cause that match. Alright, so they are also in a rank up match. We are first, and that's going to set up a curry bot for later, which is nice. We could also go ahead and try to set up a Pocket Pikachu if we want, or we can get out the Phoenix Dragon. But I think I'm going to go for this. We'll keep the Silver Wolf since it has a debuff capability. Pocket Pikachu, so cute. I agree. Pikachu, kawaii. Nathan says, streamer lock, agreed. Alright, set 2 and a monster. Oh, here comes a Summon Skull plus Doriado. So this is probably a pretty standard looking spellcaster dragon deck. It's pretty rare to see Yuma, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so we do still have the Silver Wolf, which feels like a card we do want to bring out. As we do need to debuff this Summon Skull as much as we can. So my thought process here is that I actually want to bring it down to 2100. Because then Flame Cerebrus is able to crash with it, and I don't lose to the barrier anymore. So we could try to play around with Seidel as well. But I think we battle phase, and before we try to run into it with Dragius, we'll attack Doriado. And they do have the Widespread Ruin. I guess we test for barrier next. And they do have another trap card. As you can tell from the hourglass. So unfortunately, we have to pass. Do I believe that when Dark Revelation releases, it will be a UR in the gacha or a skill? I would expect it to be something like a level up reward, the same way we have King's Majesty. Or one of those cards that gets added to the card trader at limited 1. Right, and this is not looking good. I'm going to give you Doragias. Is able to clear the entire board. And then we take way too much damage. Suzuki-san ga wa tsuyoi. Okay. This is a start. Pikachu no monster Koka. Hatsudo. I could get... Oh. I thought I had someone's skull in there. That is rough. Okay. If I had used Monster Reincarnation, I could have gotten the Gaia, but that wouldn't have been good enough either. Oh, maybe I needed to get a Silver Wolf with the Reincarnation. Yeah, I'll just let them get the win. Unfortunately, oh, no, I'm very not good at Japanese. Oh. Oh, just attack. Why are they playing all of these cards? Alright. We'll give it another shot. Send them over the nice. I could try. I could try to, like, commentate one game in Japanese but I'm gonna be so bad at it. But it would be funny. Just to see how many mistakes I make. Sometimes the Luke players just have everything. That's every Luke player. Alright, we open with just one curry bot. But we do have Dragias, so if we're able to draw another level monster, we'd be in an okay spot. Let's see. 連撃利用、ドラギアス、ハラバン召喚、そしてカードを2枚伏せる。ドラギアスのモンスター効果発動。I'm not confident enough to do it. I can't commit. I'm not able to. So Spice is going to boost both of those monsters to a level where they probably are going to be able to clear. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 normal monsters in the graveyard. Highlaster for Yu-Gi-Oh! 9 MC. Very funny. Reverse card open! Deck に戻せ。そして相手モンスターは攻撃力は400ダウン。So the plan was Dragius going back into the deck gives me the chance to draw it again on the next turn. Oh. クリバットのモンスター効果発動。墓地からクリバット手札加える。連撃アドバンス召喚。Bum, bum, bum. It's because my deck is not edgy enough? That's true. I need to be playing some kind of anime villain deck if I really want to get into the character. Well, the 2 attack position monsters does suggest I am about to get beaten up by another tribute. The 3rd spice is fairly likely here, especially if a Pakachu is on field. Yabai. Ara. Yabai. Giri giri. Ho! Ah! 500ライフ貼ってない。貼ってできない？ああ。あのさ、クリボット。じゃあ、あら、ドラギエスがない。バリアで。いやー。スパイスは3体出たから、パク。ない。So, if I hadn't put the Dragius back with the barrier last turn, I would have been able to probably win the game by just swinging in. Yeah, Cerberus does get boosted by Noodle Art, and if this was a barrier, I'd be fine. But as is, I'm not able to do it. And or if I had just, yeah. This game was winnable, but, not by me, apparently. はあ、しまったんだ。So next up is another loop. And we are going first, which is nice. We're basically able to set our entire hand here. So, no reason to hold back on that. We probably don't use any barriers, so we can go ahead and turn off the auto. Oh, I mean, those are some pretty solid draws. Let's go 1. 2. Bring out this Gazelle. And we're playing around Widespread Ruin by boosting Gaia. Throw down a face down and battle. By attacking with Gazelle first, the barrier is not able to stop the attack. It is probably a Resonance player based on the Tenori Drago. Oh, Recital. That does stop whatever this is from going to the graveyard. However, there are no Sports Dragons, Dragons Upsetter, or Dragons Set Upper. So, okay, we do see a Triad Drago, so they are going to be able to do draw an extra card, which is still slightly problematic. Slayer playing the fun 50-50. So let's see how it goes. Luckily, I am going to be able to keep one of my cards around, regardless of what gets popped. Slayer goes ahead and pops the barrier. Which means Gaia is the surviving card. And we definitely want to make the opening for a big push here. Especially since another Dragonic Slayer would be able to destroy the card before it gets any use. They have just a lone monster on board. Dragius would be game ending. Unfortunately, we do not find it. Definitely gonna throw this down immediately. Then, we already have one Currybot set up, but we'd rather keep Pikachu, most likely. But we can get in for more damage if we go for the Paku and use Silverwolf. So let's go for that. The 500 life points hopefully won't end up making a difference. We lose the third Pikachu, which is a little bit unfortunate. But this is still a pretty solid push. Should be over 4,000 damage. Putting them down to just, I guess we'll see the specific amount. Alright, they have 1,600. Oh, but they immediately go Cyclone. My own card was only a Ghost Cyclone. But, why are they running this when they already have Dragonic Slayer? I feel like the Ghost Cyclone is not really that good. And exactly, see, they're bringing out a Dragonic Slayer anyway. They could have set the Cyclone without worrying about it. We do keep Flame Cerebrus around, but we don't have any... anything... Oh! Yabai! Hatsudo dekinai. And if it's barrier, we kind of die. It could be Recital. We have no choice. We have to do it, and that's gonna be game. It's Widespread Ruin. I I don't think there was anything we could have done differently. This Ghost Cyclone ruined it. If it was a Hammer... Maybe we should have run Hammer Crush anyway. Because I feel a lot of the time we have these Ghost Cyclones, but we're not actually getting anything out of them. And that has to be game. Wait, why is there a 0 attack? Why is Draco the Tiny? Tenori Drago. Naze? Huh? そして、はあ。どうしてなぜNathan is so true. Yeah, I slid them the $5 into their bank account. If I was gonna bribe anyone, it would be on the 5th game. Yep, Bunny, sub now, reveal yourself. It is possible. Maybe they are in the stream, or they wanted to make good content. Throwing for content is a time-honored tradition. So, this hand would have been pretty solid going first, but what do we do with this? It really depends on what we draw. Alright. Venos. Venos. Venos? Venos. 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 発音はなんでAnyway, they are starting with a face down and revealing an Aqua engine. The 1400 means that it's probably some kind of aggro. The immediate Yami ruler. Well, we did not have any anyway. Oh, well, now we do. Okay. So, do we activate the Ghost Cyclone here, or hold on to it for later? I think since we're not able to do anything this turn, we actually want to just throw it down, because there's a chance it gets blown up by a Hammer Crush, and it ends up doing work for us by getting rid of cards from their hand. Alright, so we are taking 2,500 here, or 1,500. I will definitely take the kindness of them to not activate that. But they do have 3 face down cards, so how do we know what to hit? I think we just go for the first one. I would love to draw an extra card. Come on. We don't have any normals, and we have 4 level 7 monsters. We only run 5. Luckily, we did hit a pretty good card. So, we're gonna get in here with Dragius. And hopefully we're able to get some advantage generated on the next turn, because we are going to need it. We are down 2 Pakachu, And Currybot, not looking too great either. We really need to find level 4 or lower monsters. 7-sword magician. Dark, light, earth is going to be enough to beat over our monster. Oh, I misclicked, but that is fine. We need to put back a Pakachu. Ouch. That is all we can do. Is just let them get it. Unfortunately, even with a 6-card hand, we drew 4 level 7s. What a non-game. Just attack. Stop playing other cards. I have literally nothing on board. Here's our next shot. I forgot we actually did win the game against Benny, but they did kind of throw for content. So I don't really mind anyway. The deck has 5 level 7s, plus 3 level 6. I'm only on 2 Dragias and 1 Phoenix Dragon, specifically to try to avoid situations like that. Alright, next up is Moririn Manro. Moririn Manro. Alright, and here we go. 3 tribute monsters again. This stream started off really well, but it looks like our hands are not really getting there anymore. If we get another low-level monster, we can summon out both copies of Flame Cerebrus, which is at least a start. We will take it. Let's head into the battle phase and take out what we can. Obviously, there is still the 1 in 6 chance of a widespread ruin, but we don't see anything here. So it's probably a spell card or a recital. This could be Explosion Drive or Magician Shuffle or even just Axel Road. But if they're running Wolfram, I would expect it to be a Fire Golem. Okay, oh, this could also be Recovery Force, which coming down and presumably going to bring out a no Seven's Road. Okay, this is fine. This is not fine. 1, 2. Phantom Bind is not going to do very much. Alright, so this is almost definitely an explosion deck if they're on Flame Manipulators. So these Ghost Cyclones are not really doing very well. I am considering getting rid of them. I could put in more low levels to kind of undo those bricks. I wonder if that is the right play. I could also put in additional trap cards. Obviously, though, it does hit the Widespread Ruins on a fair amount of turns, though. Oh, wait, no, yeah, I already knew it's 7's Axel Road. I don't know why they're running so many weird low-level fires, though. Here comes 7's Own Magician. But they don't bring it out. They are just saving it for next turn. Unfortunately, we have nothing we can do against a Widespread Ruin, as we've drawn a bunch of high-level monsters once again. Battle Phase. Swing in. Oh, but they don't have any trap cards. Those are all spells, which is really curious. Like, how many could they possibly be on? We've already seen a Recovery Force, so assuming 2 more Recovery Force, maybe a Ghost Cyclone, is gonna pop our Ghost Cyclone here. Now, if they were trying to deck out, I think or if they were trying to deck me out, I think they'd be running more cards. I think their deck is just bad. And here comes the Ghost Cyclone, as expected. Also, they aren't on a 40-card deck. Alright, here we go. We see 7's Own Magician, which we knew from last turn. Activate the effect. Oh, Dark Magician. And here comes an explosion. Sure. And once again, we're not going to be able to use this Ghost Cyclone, because we just keep a monster on board. Let's draw. And that is rough. Do we just keep it? We have a Curry Bot. We kind of need it for later. I think we just go for it. I mean, we do have a Widespread Ruin, so I don't think we are in a lot of danger of decking out here. If they played down more Road Magic Explosions, we could die to some burn damage, though, which is kind of interesting. We'll see what they go for. Here comes Witch. Oh, they aren't going for a 7's Own Magician, but they do have Thunder. The Thunder to weaken my Summon Skull under 2400, which is pretty good on its own. Another card going down. Oh, and they are pushing in for potentially, not quite game, but we aren't going to let that happen. We're using Widespread Ruin. Alright, and now we are hoping for another low-level monster. Pikachu works. 1, 2, and it's Dragius time. One and 2. I feel like by now, they have to have the Widespread Ruin of their own. But we are going to keep this Summon Skull at least, oh, it's just Barrier, which I am totally fine with. And this is game. It took us a long time, but we did manage to get there. I will send them over a nice, and we'll proceed to the next one. This could be the start of our run. Let's see how far we are able to take it. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Right, they were gold rank 1, which kind of makes sense. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, we are fighting against this Roa player again. We actually just lost to them not too long ago. Alright, our opening hand, is fine. Lots of set cards, sure. This is basically exactly what they did the last time. Well, what are the odds they drew the turn 1 Widespread Ruin in a 40 card deck? Surely not. Same player for sure. So let's go here. Seriously? So they are on 40 cards. Just thought I should make sure everyone is aware. I guess I made that way too big. Anyway, we will try our best. But that is a rough one to come back from. Pikachu can use the effect and recycle a Silver Wolf, so we are at least able to establish a board again. One and two. Set Hattrick the skill here. Let's throw this one face down since it's not able to clear, and we keep Pikachu for later. Swing in, and interesting. They probably have Hammer Crushes down there, so I would not be expecting my trap card to be living for long. But it's also possible it's just a Ghost Cyclone. They play monsters into attack mode, meaning I am probably about to get blown up by another. Oh wow, it's right magic. I'm down to 17. Any boss monster is now able to clear me, even with a trap card. So, no need to barrier. Let's just see what we can do. Our move. Not great, but not the worst either. Pikachu. Activate the effect. Return Pikachu. And now Flame Cerberus can get in for a little bit of damage. It's not a ton, but it is something. 1 and 2 plus a set and set. Unfortunately, Cerberus on its own does not activate the skill, so we're not able to clear the Yami Ruler. But we do have some trap cards to actually protect ourselves now. Alright, Alright, they have something. Oh, they're going for it. This makes sense, but this time it's our game. We have Widespread Ruin. So let's start with this. Blow that up. We can put back the Phoenix Dragon here if we want to. To try to get to Dragius. But, no, I don't think we need to. Okay, we find Dragius anyway. All part of the plan. One, two. One. And this should be a huge turn for us. Summon here. Activate the effect. We already know Widespread Ruin is in the graveyard, so we can activate the skill and boost something else. Let's bring up the All-Seeing White Tiger and head into battle. Swing into Gazelle. Then, how many beasts are in the graveyard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Unfortunate. So Eversidle is going to be able to stop this attack, but they don't have it. Which means this is game. We get the revenge. And that is 2 down. 3 more to go. Let's see if we can do it. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. Okay. A gold rank 1 Luke player. They could be on just about anything. Hammer Crush Deal is a Luke skill. Resonance is very good. Ancient Forces, not super popular, but still a playable deck. 26, they are playing 30 cards. This is looking rough. If we were going first, this would be amazing. But going second, especially into a Resonance player, is incredibly threatening. It looks like they might be gearing up for a Tribute Summon. They do. Lesser Dragon and a set card as well. This is not great for our lifespan. Let's see what we can do. Hopefully, no Slayer. No Slayer. No Slayer. And I guess we also want no Dragius. There are a lot of cards that kind of ruin. Imagine if we were going first. Like, this would have been so good. But now it's a huge uphill battle. Inside the nebulas comes forth Dragonic Slayer. And here comes the Gravity Fest Dragon from earlier. This is looking not great for us. We know we're losing one of our cards. It's a 1 in 3 shot. What are they going to hit? Alright, they hit Barrier. But they have a Hammer Crush too? This is getting kind of dangerous. I think we do Widespread Ruin. And let's see what we find. Nothing too crazy. How many monsters? Only 2 monsters, so we are going to be able to get a draw here. Setting a card. Okay. Ghost Cyclone. We're going to go for the new one. It's just a barrier. I don't think Paku is live. So let's just bring out our guy. And we'll try to take out the Resonance Trigger. Oh, but they have a Widespread Ruin right back at me. Yeah, I did get lucky he didn't destroy the Ruin, but even that is not really enough because I did not manage to make a convincing counter push here. And now they have 2 monsters with basically no defense to try to push through. And here comes Monster Reincarnation. That Slayer is back in action. So I can say goodbye to my barrier. On the plus side, we have gotten through their Ruin as well. So if we draw into a advantage generator plus Dragius, there is a chance we have a solid comeback. The game is not over next. It all comes down to the next set of draw. Alright, it is battle time. I am going to be taking 2300. But I mean, we have Currybot set up. We have Pocket Pikachu set up. All we need is for the deck to cooperate with us. And we will be okay. Let's see what happens. We need the Destiny draw. This is definitely not it. 3 high-level monsters, no advantage generators. I mean, we can clear Dragonic Slayer, but that is it. Unfortunately, this is just not enough. Even without any new boss monsters, that Gravity Pest Dragon has stuck around for 3 turns, and it's going to be good enough to just kind of end the run. I'm not sure there's really anything we could have done differently, though. The Ghost Cyclone even generated value, and that's one of the cards we would have considered removing. These barriers actually might be worth taking out. Due to how popular the Resonance matchup is, drawing more low-level monsters and just being able to consistently fight could be the play. But it feels so good to be able to barrier things like Dragius that we otherwise wouldn't be able to. And Dragius is going to completely destroy our board. If we survive the turn, we are still technically in the game. I don't think this is lethal on board. Barely. But we're gonna need an incredible draw. Into them bricking. That is not an incredible draw. I'll just end it. Unfortunate. Oh, I was not able to send the like. I accidentally right-clicked instead of left-clicked. But we'll give it another shot. We have done decently here. As you can see, there were 3 wins in the last 5 games. Though one of them was kind of given to us. Ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. And like I said, I think if we just went first, if we had won that coin flip, we would have been in a much better position. Kind of similar to here. We don't have anything to threaten whatever they set up on turn 1. So I think we need to clear them out. Oh, but we aren't even able to. So let's go ahead and turn and take our 10 billion damage. Bum, ba, 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 da, ba, 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 da, bum. You know. Oh, but we need it for this skill. Huh. If we're worried about the barrier, we could also start running more copies of... That's very painful. We could run Ancient Arise Dragon, but I feel like we are already bricking a ton. So I'm not sure that's a good plan. Oh, they actually crash. That leaves their field relatively weak, but we just find no punishes. I guess we are gonna go for it. Activate all of our Silver Wolves. Throw this down, and one of these monsters is sure to break through. Even if they have the barrier. Oh, it's Phantom Bind. Very funny. Wow. Note that the Silver Wolf milled a Pakachu. Otherwise that first Phantom Bind wouldn't have worked. But if they had the Widespread Ruin, I guess it wouldn't have mattered. They had 3 traps to deal with me. And with 7's Axel Road, my board is toast. We have Widespread Ruin, but the other 2 are already enough to end the game. We'll go ahead and do it. But this game is done. I will send them the nice. We did what we could. Sometimes we're just gonna draw no high levels or only high levels. And that's basically what most of our losses recently have been to. So it's easy not to get too down about it. I don't think there's too much I could be doing differently. Interesting draws. So the issue is obviously the potential of Dragonic Slayer. I'm just gonna set this Cerberus, and I will throw down a face down. Pass turn. No Slayer, no Slayer, no Slayer. Say it 3 times and your wish will come true. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Alright, Dragius is fine with me. Let's just blow it up. Alright, and they take out my Silver Wolf. Obviously, this Ghost Cyclone is not getting any use here. But we can set it down. This is not Silver Wolf. Okay. So then we go here. 1 and 2. Flip Summon Gazelle. Activate our skill. We do want to play around the opponent having a Widespread Ruin of their own, so we're going to boost this one. Enter the battle phase after setting this face down. And, I think we go here. They do have a trap, it looks like. But they're not using it. And they are super low. Only 900 life remaining. Alright, they are going to get the draw with the Triad Drago, unfortunately. Not much we can do about that. Unless they've like completely bricked on Twin Edge Dragons. And have to play awkwardly. No, they get the draw. And here comes Dragonic Slayer. Which one will they destroy, though? Alright, they are activating Resonance, which means it's not a double boss board, which is something. Slayer activates, and they do pop my barrier. Unfortunate. They set a card and battle. So once again, I'm not going to be able to use my Ghost Cyclone because they are going to just run over my monsters. Interestingly, they do keep my Gaia the Fierce Knight alive. And we draw the other Ghost Cyclone. You see how, like, not useful this card can be? Let's go 1 and 2. Then, activate the effect. I guess we weaken you. Then, I want to clear my hand. I could go into battle like this, but it's not worth it. I'd much rather have the 2 Gaias. And this should hopefully just be game. So we swing in here, and that's 900. So they have to use whatever trap they have on this attack. But they let it through, and we get a win. It took a long time, but Resonance player got beat. As you can see, the Ghost Cyclones were completely dead there. It might be worth keeping track of when they come in handy and when they're not. So I'm actually going to pull open a spreadsheet so we can start doing this. So basically, I'm going to track in each duel how many Ghost Cyclone I draw, whether or not I'm able to get any value from them, and if a low-level monster would have been better. Alright, here comes Dryan. And we are first, so we can actually set up our advantage engines relatively early. Let's go ahead, set 1, 2, 3. And I am kind of worried about a heavy metal, so we're not putting anything in attack mode. Let's go ahead and clear Kuribot and pass. One thing that's important to note is that Flame Cerberus is able to survive a hit from Royal Rebel Growl because it's 1800. Bakuta-san, arigato. How are you doing, by the way, protagonist? Saw you comment a little bit earlier, but forgot to say hello. Oh, so this is actually the first time against a Roa that my opponent is going second. I might have to be worried about the skill, but they reveal they are on Black Dragon Rising, and a lone Red Eyes hopefully won't be too much of an issue. We are going to end with 2 monsters on board, which is great. Hopefully we're able to take advantage and find a couple of monsters capable of taking out this Red Eyes. I am really worried about a Widespread Ruin, given that they have 3 set cards. But I think we just kind of go in. We definitely don't need that. I'm trying to figure out the best way to build my board. So I can go 1, 2. With 3 traps, what are the odds they have 2 ways to deal with this? I think we just get aggressive. Let's go ahead and see if we can do it. Hopefully this goes well enough. Widespread Ruin plus Barrier is going to be real threatening. But they only have the 1. So we get in for 1500 and I'm feeling okay. It's entirely possible my opponent has some dead Ghost Cyclones of their own here. Getting tilted on ladder. Relatable. What deck have you been playing? So we do have a Gaia for our follow-up next turn, and those should both be spell cards. Of course, a monster reincarnation is pretty good for them to recur their boss and out my summon skull. And I guess we also don't know if this is Red Eye's Rebel or Red Eye's Ruler. It could be either. Obviously, with Roa, we lean towards it being Rebels, but that could all be a bluff. So we see them definitely be recycling, and that means our board is going down for sure. They are setting a monster, but presumably they want to bring out Red Eye's Black Dragon. So do they have a second boss? And there's a Seahorse Carrier. Interesting. Yeah, this is a double boss board. But they could have used the Seahorse Carrier. No, I guess not. Interesting. So we lose our board here, unfortunately. Been trying Royal Rebel with the Red Eye skill, but have so many bad drops. Yeah, it definitely is brickier than a lot of the other decks. Just because of how many, like the weird tribute monsters, always gonna cause some issues. Alright, our move, and Monster Reincarnation. That is an interesting one, as it can get us to our Summon Skull again. If we want it. Let's go ahead and activate Pikachu. Return Pikachu to the deck. Add a Gazelle. Summon a Gazelle. Definitely want to bring out the Dragius here. 1, 2. Double Doom. Summon Gazelle. And reincarnate for Summon Skull. This will let us activate the skill effect to beat over Kime Ruler. We are going to try to play a round Recital, though I don't think they actually have any traps at all. Let's go 1. Oh, they do have a Recital. Wait, did I just say we were going to play around Recital and then not do it? Oh, actually, it's... No. If it was Phantom Bind, Phoenix Dragon would have triggered it. So if I had done that first... Well, if I had done that first, I wouldn't have gotten the second attack with Dragius. So I can at least still crash. Oh, but they don't go for it. So what other card could they possibly have? Since I feel like if you have a Recital, you would use it there. But we know it's not widespread. And if it was Barrier, they would have been able to do it on Dragius. If it was Phantom Bind, they would have been able to do it on Dragius. What a weird play. I'm very confused now. Back to Ancient Forces. That's actually a deck I have not played very much of after the ban list. I think people are still expecting it to be a strong deck, but I really think it is going to fall off because they hit the thing that actually matters to the deck, which is the consistency engine. With Resonance, the consistency engine also got hit, but that's not what people play Resonance for. They're playing it for Slayer. In contrast, Ancient Forces is all about looping those Phoenix Dragons and clear Ice Dragons. So now that you actually directly hit the most important card of the deck, it's not as good. Okay, we see a Monster Reincarnation using that bonus card from Seahorse Carrier to generate some value. Of course, I am expecting them to just go for this Black Dragon's chick and get another Red Eyes onto the field. We'll have to wait and see what it is. As expected, luckily, if they are running Rulers, they should still have trouble clearing both of my monsters. Obviously, the Red Eyes is going to weaken one, but the other should be a trade, at worst. Unless they have, like, a really good hand. I guess Seraph of Darkness would be the, low-level monster that does get them there. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Alright, so they are going through the effect. It's taking them a really long time to debuff this Dragius, but they do go ahead and do it. Next up, I am expecting, due to the Seahorse Carrier, that they are going to summon out another boss monster as well. Like, what are they possibly calculating? I feel like it's not that difficult. Alright, here comes Kanan. Are they just gonna hard tribute summon the Red Eyes? Like, surely not. Alright, here comes Kime Ruler. That's able to crash into the Summoned Skull. If they want to. I guess maybe they've been spending that whole time figuring out whether or not to actually crash or not. Red Eyes comes in. Definitely seeing one attack. Dragius is going down. Do they choose to crash? They do not. Alright, we're gonna draw some interesting cards here. Silver Wolf should help a little bit. Trigger the effect, and we will... Oh, we lose out on our Widespread Ruin. Definitely never the card you want to see go down. 1 and 2. But this is fine. We're gonna go ahead and set this. And I probably should have played this down just to get rid of it. I guess we go for it. How many warriors do we have in the graveyard? Should only be 1 or 2. Okay, and how many fiends? 1 Currybot, 2 Currybot, 3 Currybot. So let's swing into this. Yeah, so they do have a trap. They just, like, probably forgot to do Dark Ruler Battle Slash. That's what it is. Very interesting. I had completely overlooked it. Alienair says it exactly. That is correct. I completely overlooked it. Though, that happened a while ago. So I wonder how delayed is the stream, by the way. Oh, 500. They just barely had enough to activate this Currybot. Wow, they've gotten the Black Dragon Rising literally every turn. So yeah, they are gonna clear my board. And this is where not having this Flame Cerberus out of the hand is going to hurt me, as I can brick on the next turn and kind of just lose the game. We do see Seraph of Darkness has indeed been one of their cards. But if they keep anything like that on the board... Oh, a Yami Ruler. So they're gonna try to block out my summons. So could it actually be Flame Cerberus is gonna win me the game? Yeah, and they concede. Knowing that they have that... Oh, time limit win. That, was certainly unexpected. But we will take it. Quite interesting. We do know they spent a ton of time on the last turn, resolving the Black Dragon Rising effect, so that's probably where all of their timer went. Alright, we are on a 2-win streak. Can we get 3 more wins? I mean, all we needed to do was draw a single low-level monster, and we would have been able to swing over the Seraph of Darkness anyway. Here comes Tomatoma, and we'll see how it goes. We are second, and they are on a rank up. So they're probably playing something at least relatively competent. Our opening hand, I mean, if we get another low-level monster, we'll be able to get out a double boss board, kind of. We see the Ancient Arise Dragon on turn 1. But with a set card, I am pretty worried. But we can do this. Okay, check this out. Silver Wolf plus Pakachu. Activate the effect, and Ancient Arise Dragon goes down to 2200. Next, we tribute summon Gaia the Fierce Knight. At 2300 attack, he's more than capable of taking out that dragon. Gazelle comes onto the field, but is immediately tributed off for Flame Cerberus. But what if they have a barrier face down? Well, when we activate Servant of Dawn, our Flame Cerberus is going up to 2700. Even if they have a widespread ruin, they'll destroy our weaker monster, and the Gaia is going to get over their boss. Head into battle and attack. 500 damage, and we know they have something, but they're not going to use it here. We end turn, and see how it goes. Speedy Reformer is down, and they are playing pure aggro. Go West Festival Silver player. Oh, you are right. I actually recognize the name as well. We see a Hammer Crush deal, and they fill up the back row. That is interesting. Okay, we can establish a stronger board now. But I don't know if it's worth it. I think we keep our cards. Let's go ahead and fight. Dark Sorcerer going down. Silver Wolf going down. And Gazelle down too. So they didn't have any boss monsters. Unfortunately, we didn't have the Gazelle to punish this. And with Pakachu, it looks like they are going to get out a big double boss board. Obviously, Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius is the big threat, but even an Ancient Arise Dragon is going to be a problem. Silver Wolf is going to weaken my Gaia the Fierce Knight. Most likely. Yep. Though weakening the Flame Cerberus does prevent a barrier crash, so we'll have to see what else comes out. I'm expecting another boss monster. Silver Wolf on its own, not nearly good enough. Prima Gatarna is going to boost them up by 900 each, and now my barriers are completely useless. That is unfortunate. Yep, and with that, we don't need to use our traps here. Our entire board is getting cleared up by the one of Prima Gatarna. Unfortunate. But now it's my move. Ghost Cyclone is useful. Let's go ahead and hit this one. It's Barrier. We can Paku. And we'll return another Pakachu. Add a Gazelle. Then, we don't actually have any Curry Bot set up, so we want to discard it. Let's go ahead and do a Tribute Summon. And we're going to set 2 more cards. Activate our skill, Servant of Dawn, and we're going to aim over the Prima Gatarna. Unfortunately, a Widespread Ruin is pretty threatening here, as a direct attack is likely to end the game. But we have to go for what we can. This is good enough to stop barriers, and we get in. Hammer Crush coming out. They destroy my barrier, as expected. We did know that they had a Hammer Crush from using Hammer Crush Deal previously in the game. Let's see what they find. Here comes All-Seeing White Tiger. Presumably a Tribute Summon is up next. It's Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. And a Thunder the Thunder. With the Thunder the Thunder's effect, our barrier is useless once again. If only we had a little bit more attack. Dragius comes in. Summon Skull attacks. And I will have to take it. We can actually protect ourselves a little bit here. Let's use the barrier. We're going to return a Pakachu. Generate those advantage plays. And now Dragius is going to destroy our 2 monsters, but we survive the turn, which is what's important. We only have 2300. We need to get 2 bosses. Pakachu is going to let us do it, but these don't have an attack boost. So we are unfortunately still not really seeing what we wanted. Let's bring down Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius number 1. And then Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius number 2 as well. The thing is, if we crash in, we just lose the game. So we have to keep these in attack mode and just take out Thunder the Thunder and hope they don't find any stat modifying cards. We pass turn. Speedy Performer probably is gonna come out though. They have plenty of those left. And if they boost a Dragius, that is game. It was a close one, but they've probably got it. I need to stand up a little bit, so give me 1 second. Alright, so we see them actually going for the double trade. Plus Gazelle for 1500. We have a chance. What is it that we're gonna draw? An interesting spread. Have they used Widespread Ruin? They have not. And we only have 800 life points remaining. How many Dragias have they played? 1, 2. And there's also probably a Monster Reincarnation also still left around. We have a Widespread Ruin of our own, though. Quite interesting. Yeah, do we go for the deck out? That is the real question. The thing is that they have another Hammer Crush, and they have one more Dragius, so I don't think we can. If we go for the deck out, we're pretty likely to just have our card get destroyed, and then we'd lose that way. Since Dragius is going to clear the way for a single direct attack. But if we don't do that, how do we survive? I think we need to go for game. I'll return Pocket Pikachu to the deck and get a new one. Oh, hold on. What if I sit on Dragius? How many Ancient Arise Dragons? 1. Yeah, there should be multiple high-level monsters left in their deck. Remember that they didn't summon them, not because they didn't have... Oh, how much fodder is left in their deck? Also probably enough. The thing is... Yeah, should I go for the deck out? We know they have an Ancient Arise Dragon. And a Dragius. So that's 2 Tribute Monsters. If they establish a 2 Tribute Monster board, plus Hammer Crush, they can destroy this, then swing in for game, I think. 1 Thunder the Thunder, 1 Speedy Reformer. 2 Thunder the Thunder, 1 Speedy Reformer. How many Gazelles? We've only seen 1 Gazelle. Oh, 2 Gazelles. So we know they have 1 Gazelle left. How many Pakus? None. How many... You know what? Let's cut it down the middle. We go like this, and we'll try to swing. Oh, it's just a barrier. But is this enough? Wait. They saved the widespread for the second attack. Specifically to get another card in the deck. That's crazy. And here comes the Hammer Crush. That should be game. That is crazy. Keep in mind, they did have the widespread. So, that is game. I guess we could have passed turn after the first attack. But wow. I definitely have to set them a nice for that. When we saw it was just the barrier, I really thought we had a chance. So theoretically, if we had passed turn on the second attack, it would have been very funny. But there's no, after they don't, if they didn't use the widespread ruin on the first one, there's no reason to think that they still have it for the second attack. Okay, this is definitely just a set and pass kind of board. Summon Skull, no need to bring it out if it's likely to be destroyed. They are going for a Tribute Summon, and it's Dragonic Slayer, so we can say goodbye to our monster Reincarnation. Here comes Resonance, sure. Oh, and the Twin Edge is actually pretty strong. They are going to be able to clear our board. How do I feel the PvP in this month? I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but I'm having fun. I've liked every single format. Alright, so we do have an out in our hand. All we need is some low-level monsters. Exactly one low-level monster, I guess, is what we're going to take. So, once again, a Ghost Cyclone not helping. So if this was just another low-level monster, we would have been able to get out Dragius and punish them a little bit harder last turn. But it looks like they didn't draw a high level, which means we have a chance to come back. Again, only a single low-level monster. And it's really tough to say we should summon one of these, since if they have the widespread ruin, we kind of just blow up immediately. But we also can't really justify keeping 3 level 7 monsters in hand. So I have to bring out Dragius. I don't see another way. And not attacking isn't an option either, since Slayer exists and will destroy my cards. Alright, so we destroyed what we could. That does seem to be a Dragonic Pressure or something. Could also be their Monster Reincarnation. No, it can't. If they had a Monster Reincarnation, they would have used it for sure last turn. So that is almost certainly Pressure, and they didn't have any high levels to make it seem worth it. They set another card, and that card is much more likely to be relevant here. Alright, Gravity Pest Dragon. That's able to produce my Dragius to 1800, which means it does get over. And with Dragorite, I am losing my Dragius this turn. I do have a barrier, so hopefully I will be able to clear the Gravity Press. But no, they are smart and swing in with Dragorite first. Let's go ahead and barrier. We're returning Pakachu as we already have 2 tribute monsters in hand and cannot afford to bring in anything else. Alright, we draw some good cards, and Ghost Cyclone is going to clear the newly set card. And it is widespread, so Ghost Cyclone, even though it bricked our hand earlier, does ultimately end up saving us. Let's go ahead and put back a Silver Wolf. We'll get Gazelle, but it doesn't really matter. We have 4 monsters, and we're just summoning out to Gaia. Actually, maybe we aren't. If we summon out the 1 Gaia and the 2 Gazelles, that is way more damage. 2300 versus 3000. And a better board for surviving the opponent's next turn. Let's go ahead and activate our skill, Servant of Dawn. We boost up Gazelle here. And battle. It could be Recital, but not a huge loss. Oh, they actually have something. It is Phantom Bind. For sure. Did I miss Lethal? Nathan. Oh, here comes Reincarnation. But they're just getting a... Oh, okay. And they concede. Yeah, so pretty good. We will definitely take that win. But it's unfortunate we lost such a tense game last round. As had we won against Tomatoma, that would have been a 4-win streak. 400 life points is hard to come back from. That is true. Especially since I had the Gaia in hand. Let's see how the next one goes. They are on a rank up, but I did not see what rank they're actually in. A bit of a playable hand. We can get out a boss monster plus Gazelle, or just the Gaia the Fierce Knight, depending on what it looks like. We could also theoretically summon out Gaia after tributing this off. Alright, Cat starts off with an attack precision monster. Looks like they might be going for a turn 1 boss, which means that they probably also have a trap card to protect them. Oh, okay. Palace Gargoyle is interesting. What kind of deck could they be playing on Yuga? I mean, it could be a Black Rising type of thing. Definitely want to bring out both of our boss monsters here. If they have the widespread, I guess we just kind of blow up a little bit. But other than that, we'll do what we can. Servant of Dawn does trade with the barrier, but that's worth getting rid of Summon Skull. And if it's a Recital, obviously we want to have them leave Masaki, and they do have the turn 1 widespread ruin. So we take out the Masaki, and we pass. And they had a card left in hand last turn, which is probably the level 7, which they're able to punish us with. So we'll see how this goes. Another 1 tribute. Royal Rebel Growl. This does give me more thoughts that they are indeed on a Black Dragon Rising Royal Rebel list. Set another card, but at least now we know it is not going to be Widespread Ruin. Got that out of the way nice and early. We do take way too much damage, though. And unfortunately, we have 5 monsters in graveyard, so this Ghost Cyclone is not great, to be completely honest. It destroys Recital. I mean, if they get out a heavy metal, we just lose on the spot. But I guess it is what it is. And we know they already have a high level monster because they didn't play it down last turn. So this is rough. We clear the summon skull. Maybe they will brick on 5 level 7 monsters. Yeah, and here comes heavy metal. Barrier is not good enough to stop that attack. So we are back to square one. Winning 5 in a row is a pretty tough feat. But we're trying our best. Oh, there, we have fought this player before. I guess there are not too many players on at this time of day. Because there have been a ton of repeats. Alright, we are up first. I don't see the point in summoning out Dragias, so we'll just set 3 and pass. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum. Do-do-do. Alright, they are on Residence, but I don't have any traps for a Slayer to destroy. So that is neat. They do have a trap, so a Ghost Cyclone. Oh, we can't even use Ghost Cyclone because we had a Gazelle. Pakabaku also not usable here. But we are able to establish a double boss board, so we are clearing that Slayer, whether they like it or not. Let's go ahead and weaken the Slayer. Set this. Then it is Dragias time. Oh, and this is actually really good, regardless of what trap they have set. 1 and 2. Then we set this one. And Gaia's gonna eat the Widespread Ruin. And then anything else isn't gonna be strong enough to stop the attacks from going through anyway. So we activate the effect to attack twice. We do lose our own Widespread Ruin, which is rough, for sure. We do need to play around Recital, so the first attack is going with Dragias into the low level. Alright, it's not Recital, because they have this. Widespread Ruin comes in and blows up our Gaia. Luckily, Dragias is still good enough to get the clear. And we have full health, and we've dealt with Widespread Ruin. So, this is about the best we could hope for after a turn 1 Widespread Ruin from the opponent. Losing ours is definitely a rough spot to be in. We see that they are going to draw an extra card, and they probably have a monster to summon off after this. But they fail to draw one, and they concede. I've been in that position before. If they have a Dragias on field, setting 3 and passing feels really bad. Because basically the opponent is going to be able to clear through and you know you're taking a ton of damage. So sometimes it's better to gamble on the Triad Drago and just concede if you don't draw level 7. Let's head in to the next round. Alright, XX, a gold rank 5 player. So we are both fighting for our attempt to climb up. That's an interesting playmat. Alright, they are up first. We're hoping to find, I'm not even sure. But we'll wait and see what they go for. Looks like they are a bit of a speed player, though, since they have this Draco Berserker bundle and a Trickstar playmat. They set in the middle. So I guess we are looking for a tribute monster, but we do not find it. It's really likely that this is a 1700 attack point monster. But I think we're gonna go for it anyway. We'll bring out 2 Gazelle, and then just play it conservatively. Since I think it's unlikely that that's 7-0 Witch, or Torna. Let's find out. It is flat, unfortunate. So we did what we could. No high levels, hurts a lot. Ass is going second. Let's see what they go for. Alright, 7-0 Witch, and presumably a Magician coming out momentarily. Especially if they're contributing over the Splat. That is actually kind of interesting. It makes me think that they may have bricked a little. 7-0 Magician comes down, sure. Mill, and we are gonna lose our Gazelles here. It's a lot of damage. We draw, and we do find some monsters that we're actually capable of summoning. Unfortunately, if they have an actual out, okay. So I think what we do is we go here, All-Seeing White Tiger, Silver Wolf. Then, Silver Wolf is going to weaken the 7-0 Magician, so Gaia crashes if they have a barrier. Then activate the skill, and we're gonna boost the Tiger to try to beat Witch. And it's Widespread Ruin, so at least we managed to clear one of their monsters. We pass turn. And we are in danger. If we had cleared out the 7-0 Magician, I'd feel a little bit better. But, yeah, they have all the cards they could possibly want at this point. I think we might survive the turn. Maybe. But it's definitely not going to be a fun, close match. We'd need incredible luck in order to turn this around. Which activates the effect, of course. We see another 7-0 Magician on the field. And a pair of huge attack monsters. What a power trio. We are going to do what we can. Let's go ahead and activate Widespread Ruin. We'll blow up the other 7-0 Magician, since it doesn't really matter. Oh, and that, yeah, that is game anyway. Even with 2 trap cards set. Unfortunate. Ba-ba-bum. Alright, another Roa player. So we have not had a ton of luck going against Roas so far tonight. Maybe this will be a difference. I think I'm just going to set my whole hand and pass here. If they're summoning a Kana in attack mode, they obviously have something. This looks like it is a Noodle player. The Noodle Art boost is going to... Actually... It looks like we are going to survive this turn. Cerberus goes in, and then we barrier on the second one. And that'll keep our monster on board. Which seems pretty useful. At worst, we'll be able to crash next turn. But what we're really hoping for is more low-level monster. Why? Once again, Ghost Cyclone doing absolutely nothing for us. I guess we'll bring out Dragius. Oh, I guess we could have used the reincarnation. And then we would have had the Cerberus on board. So I guess it was a misplay. That's actually a pretty significant one. I could have discarded the Ghost Cyclone and had another low-level monster. Which I could have tributed for the Dragius, keeping the Flame Cerberus around. Obviously, they have a Noodle Man if they are going for attack position monsters like this. Here comes Spice, who gets Noodle Art boosted high enough to not lose to my barrier. I don't think we use the Recycle. Actually, I kind of do want the Pocket Chew. But no, well, maybe. No, I don't think so. Especially since keeping the Dragius around allows us to Phoenix Dragon if we draw it. Okay, so let's go Cyclone. We can hit that. It's just a Ghost Cyclone of their own. Unfortunately, we did ditch this. I could have used Monster Reincarnation again to grab a Paku. But I actually don't want to do that because I just want the Dragius. So let's go here. We'll ditch you. Grab Dragius. Oh, I probably should have summoned. I'm just misplaying. I'm a little bit tilted. It is late. Welcome, Sarah. Hope you're having an alright day. Let's bring out Dragius and at least clear the board. We could have ditched the Ghost Cyclone and had access to a much better monster in the Silver Wolf slot. But we'll do what we can. From an empty board, it should be somewhat difficult for them to find the OTK. Because the Elite Noodle Ninja... But you see, leaving this 1300 is rough. Alright, and it looks like they did find something. The issue is if they're able to just run into the Silver Wolf. Especially with a Noodle Art of Roastery. Double Roastery. They drew perfect. It wouldn't even matter. Even if I didn't have the Silver Wolf here, swinging into the Dragius is more than enough. Alright, well they got me. I think it's time when we ditch the Ghost Cyclones. And in this place, I'm gonna put in recitals. And then just another low-level monster. Let's go with a ghost. See if we're able to do this. Basically, the idea is that Recital kind of acts like a low-level monster, or at least prevents a ton of damage. Obviously the Resonance matchup is still kind of rough. But we've actually been winning more than not. Against Resonance, we've been doing fine. We've kind of just been losing to all of the other decks. And Recital can also help against Roa decks, for example. Since if you have 2 monsters on board, they boost up the heavy metal, but then get their attack negated, which is going to be way more impactful than a 400 attack debuff. This would have been pretty strong going first. We'll have to see how it holds up going second. We might have to spend a turn waiting around. Alright, and we draw a Recital in an instance where we would have really loved to see ourselves a Ghost Cyclone. I think we're just gonna take a waiting turn. I don't want to put a bunch of low attack monsters on board in attack mode just to get punished. Yeah, Travis, that's the one we're taking out. Alright, it's another Noodle player. Very funny. Okay. If they have a... I mean, as long as they're not able to pierce, we can kind of just chill. So let's turn this off. So we do 1, then 2, and we're going to use Recital. And that gives us an extra body on board. Though, I guess we drew a Pocket Pikachu, so it doesn't actually matter. I could have saved it for later. Let's go ahead and debuff a Noodle Ninja. Then we tribute 1. And let's clear the hand. We're going to get rid of Pocket Pikachu. And then summoned Skull. We're boosting up Gaia the Fierce Knight to play around a Widespread Ruin. And we can also still play around the Barrier. So let's go this way. Alright, looks like it's not a trap card. It could be a Noodle Art of Roastery, which could be problematic. If it's Ghost Cyclone though, they're not going to be able to use it. Because we left a monster on board. And they are down 2 of their 4 Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja. We're going to need to find one of our Dragias. One is in the graveyard, but we do have a Phoenix Dragon and a Monster Reincarnation that can get us to it. And we can also just hard draw the other copy. So let's go 1. Tribute, and then Cerebrus. Thinning out the hand while also setting us up for the future. Our board is as strong as it can possibly be. We'll swing in with this and try to get in for 2,500. Looks like it's gonna work out. They only have 1 copy of their boss left, plus Monster Reincarnation. Looks like they are able to find it. Alright, fire Yarrow. So here comes the Noodle Ninja, but we did save Widespread Ruin for this moment. And it pays off incredibly. Though it actually doesn't matter, because 6,900 is not enough, and we would have won on the next turn anyway. Alright, let's see if we can keep this up. 1 win. 4 to go. Also, I think it's kind of interesting that we ran into 2 Noodle players in such close succession. Hopefully we're able to keep going against these less than optimal decks. Alright, we are second. We do have some protection, but a 7's Axel Road deck excels at getting multiple monsters above the 2,300 threshold. So I'm not super confident that this recital is going to do anything for us. They go ahead and set some cards face down, as expected from a turn 1 board. Oh, and they're going for a turn 1 normal summon. This really makes me think they do indeed have access to a Widespread Ruin. We're going to do what we can. If it's only a barrier, then we win the game. Well, okay, we don't win the game, but we get to stay alive. Because we're gonna be at 600 higher than this Dragius. But if it's Widespread Ruin, we don't have access to our trap card. But it's not like the barrier would have done anything here either. Let's go ahead and swing in. They do have something. It's barrier, and what a relief. We get in for 200 damage, we keep our monster around, and we have some protection. Let's see what they go for. Hammer Crush deal immediately. Going to be able to destroy one of our cards. Which one do they go for? I wonder. And they actually managed to hit the recital. Which I find weird. I really thought they would go for this one. Because I set this one immediately and then only set this one at the end of the turn, so I thought they'd think it was the less important. And of course, it's Dragius. If we had just had if they won, I'm sorry, if we won the 50-50, we'd have taken no damage instead of, you know, 5,700 or 5,600. Definitely can't curry bot here. We can Paku though. Though I'm not sure this actually does anything for us. Let's go ahead and grab you. We need to set a card. I guess we can Silver Wolf. Maybe we'll mill a Dragius, and that'll be better than the Gaia. We do not. Then we need a Monster Reincarnation, of course. Ditch this. Get back Gaia. One and two. Throw down some more face downs. Go here. Activate the skill. And we clear another Dragius. So this game is not over yet. They are down 2 Dragius and a 7-sword Magician. So there is a chance they don't find any boss monsters. They set, but I think this is pretty likely for them to go for a tribute. It is, and it's 7-sword Magician. Barrier wouldn't have made a difference. Unfortunately, like I said, we lost a 50-50, and that just threw the game. On to the next one. Bum, ba, 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 bum. Alright, they are on a rank up. So I will feel a little bit bad if we end up throwing it for them. We have access to a Gaia. But this hand could definitely be better. It is a little bit awkward. I wonder what Adon-kun is thinking about. Alright, a turn 1 growl. Kind of interesting to see it in attack mode. Also very interesting to see a Garmer. I don't think I've ever seen anyone running it. Our hand, though, is really not great. I guess we can set up and just try to Gaia in. Would have been nice to have a normal monster alongside these, because then we could boost it above the 1800 point and try to go for something that way. I'm expecting this to be like Recital. Oh, but they actually don't have anything. Here comes Black Dragon Rising to completely dismantle my field. Alright, here comes that, and of course Gargoyle is more than enough to deal with this, but Heavy Metal is even worse. However, it's actually not going to get the bonus, so I'm fine with this. I will take 600 if it means I don't lose my Gaia to Heavy Metal's effect. My move. Paku is unfortunately not live because, again, we didn't find any relevant cards. So we have no choice but to go like this. Oh, again, I probably should have summoned the Flame Cerberus just to get it out of my hand. But let's try to beat over the Heavy Metal. This loses the barrier, but I thought they didn't have it. They didn't have it activated last turn on the Growl. Oh, it's a Phantom Bind. Okay. The set card is definitely Phantom Bind. I'm almost positive. Now, a second Heavy Metal is going to be very rough. We would just lose the game on the spot, because we only have one monster on board. If they're summoning Fanatic, they definitely have another card. Yep, here comes Palace Gargoyle's effect, and that's unfortunate. If we just had another low level, we would have been fine. If Pikachu could use its effect. Ah, man. Just a slightly awkward turn. There are a lot of Roas currently. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, we've played this player as well. Lots of repeats today. Oof. This is very similar to our hand last game, actually. If we were going first, I wouldn't mind it too much. Yeah, I'm almost incentivized to not set this, so I have the recital. But no, I think we have to, because it's not going to be able to use the effect or anything, so we just want to draw more cards. If they have the turn 1 widespread, they just have it. Let's just move on to the next one. We were already on a loss streak, so no need to spend a bunch of time on a game that we're likely to lose. If we're in the win streak, we want to play them out. But we want to get a good game to start the streak. So spending 15 minutes just playing a drawn out thing from such a big disadvantage is not really worth the time. This hand is reasonable if we draw a low level. And we do. And this actually also sets up any future Pocket Pikachus that we draw. So we bring out Dragias here. And we just need to say no Slayer. Basically, if this is aggro instead of resonance, then I'd say we're fine. But if it is resonance, then we are in trouble. Here comes the tribute, unfortunately. Oh, and it's Ancient Arise Dragon. But so far, this is okay. And they actually lose a Slayer as well. Activate Recital. Now let's see if we can punish them. We draw 2 Silver Wolves, which is actually not bad. Let's go 1 and 2. By lowering the Ancient Arise Dragon's attack by 400 points, we'd no longer have to worry about any copies of the barrier. I'm gonna save Summon Skull for later, I think. Let's go ahead and activate the effect, as we can still soak a widespread Ruin using Gaia. Wait, did I not use the effect? Okay, I did. Let's go ahead and swing in. Wow, they actually didn't have anything. Okay, I messed up. Clearly, I missed lethal. But with only 100 life points, we should be in a pretty good spot. Especially given that we have the Summon Skull already set up. Do they have the Sports Dragons? Wow. Second turn Sports Dragons. Here we go. Monster Reincarnation as well. Probably gonna get themselves a Dragonic Slayer. But yeah, I absolutely missed lethal last turn. Summon Skull has more attack. This was already lethal on board, and I would have had a Silver Wolf as well. But with only 100 left. That does not let you destroy my trap card. Okay. Clearly they are just giving up. Yeah. So, we did not play that perfectly, but it was good enough to get ourselves a win. Now we just need to draw 4 God Hands in a row, and maybe our opponents will start bricking. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, this is a gold 3 player. I like the name, Great Moth, for sure. We're up second. Quite a, disappointing hand to be fighting a Roa player. We need to always have like 2 monsters on board so we don't die immediately to heavy metals. and recitals don't help if our only monster is getting destroyed. However, they are starting with not a great field themselves. Though, actually, I guess a Widespread Ruin would make it pretty strong. All we can do is play down the Flame Cerberus and hope. Let's go ahead, throw down a couple of cards, and we would actually rather lose to a Widespread Ruin than to leave this on field for a Heavy Metal to blow up later. They have a recital of their own. We pass. But yeah, we don't have the Widespread Ruin, so this is going to be probably just game. Oh, they had a Black Dragon Chick. That's kind of unexpected. Yep, here comes Heavy Metal. Oh, man. Well, we did survive, so that's something. Let's see what we can do with it. Not very much. Wow. Okay. I think we need to get another monster on board. So let's start with Monster Reincarnation, and we are going to ditch this Music Princess's recital for Pakachu. We're not generating any advantage with the card. This is solely so we have something to absorb a Heavy Metal hit. Summon. Then Gaia. 1 and 2. But we still lose to so many different trap cards, it doesn't really matter. But let's go for it. Do what we can. Activate the effect, go to 2900. Try to beat over this Heavy Metal. Yeah, they had the Widespread. To be expected. Reincarnation seems unnecessary here, but sure. Red Eyes Black Dragon coming out without the Red Eyes Black Chick, which is actually pretty smart. Because now they're going to be able to use it again on the next turn. I'm just trying not to die here. We're using both recitals. We draw. Dragius is neat, but it really doesn't do as much as you might expect. Especially since they probably have some kind of card available to them. I guess we just tribute set it. So the interesting thing here is that we know they have the Black Dragon Chick in hand. And if we destroy the Red Eyes, they are going to be able to use the effect to lower Dragius by 400. Whereas if we don't do that, we kind of do force them to draw another monster, which is very likely. Let's not get ourselves overhyped or anything. But there's a chance they draw no level 5 or higher monsters. And actually cannot lethal us. It's very low. But with 1400 and a tribute, they are fine. All they have to do is crash in, defeat my face down, and swing in for the 2100, and that is going to be game over. I will summon the Nice, and we will keep on trying. Okay. A Gavin, huh? Alright, we are up first. I mean, we usually like to see that. Let's just set all of these cards, set up a Currybot and Paku for the future. And we're even going to have a Paku in hand. I mean, this is looking like a pretty solid start. Let's go ahead and pass. Alright, and they bricked. But it's not like we have a ton of stuff either. I mean, it's still better than whatever they're doing. Don't get me wrong. 1 and 2. Plus a Gazelle. Let's go ahead and flip summon. And throw down a face down. Activate our skill, Servant of Dawn. We're going to boost up just the White Tiger. We know that their monster can't have more than 1400 defense, and they also cannot hit us with a barrier yet. But they do have the Widespread Ruin, so we are only getting in for 1900. Let's go ahead and pass turn. Interestingly, a Phantom Bind would have actually been able to slow us down. Seahorse Carrier, and of course the one card that they had is a Grace Princess Kana, so they are going to be able to start getting out these level 7 monsters. We can't complain too much though, because they had a really bad turn 1. So here's a maxed Raider. This might be a Blue Falcon formation deck. Another one. And Harpy Lady, almost certainly we are fighting Blue Falcon formation. Gaia the Fierce Knight comes down. Depending on how they order these attacks, I think I am going to go for the widespread. But we don't actually have a follow-up in hand, which means maybe we shouldn't have done it. Okay, but we do draw a Gaia, so we're fine. Phoenix Dragon does nothing, so we can go ahead and safely play it and tribute it off. I will Silver Wolf to weaken the Gaia. Then we summon out our own. And we'll back it up with another all-seeing White Tiger. Definitely need to play around the barrier. And, Tiger wouldn't be enough to deal with a Recital anyway. So we're going in. They might have Recital. It's barrier. We make the right play. What are they going to recycle? Harpy Lady would be my guess. No, it's the Seahorse Carrier, of course. We swing in for 2600, and they are getting pretty low. And we even have some protection. We, might just be able to do this one. Let's see what they draw for the next turn. We have Pakachu for support. If they do manage to clear our board. Ba-ba-bum, 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 ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Pretty rare to see the Seahorse servers. Is this actually a 0 gem? Well, not 0, because they do have the Widespread Ruin. But yeah, we might be playing against a super free-to-play player. Right, yep, they do clear out a couple of our monsters, unfortunately. So, Paku not going to do anything, but it is a low level for fodder. And we actually can't get over this board. We can go down to 1300, which is something. But is that good enough? I guess we will just go like this. Weaken that one a little bit. Go here. Defense mode. Summon. And we'll get in for the damage we can. I mean, another barrier is not a huge deal. And I'm pretty sure we've already seen the widespread. So, what are they going to do? Let's try to take out the defense position monster as well. But they have a barrier, and it's probably the 1400. And they're going to recycle that Seahorse Carrier once again. Oh, it's actually going for Max Raider this time. Which makes a lot of sense. You already have 2 monsters on board. You just want to find your high levels. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Alright, we see a battle. 400 damage is not a ton. If I draw any of my boss monsters, this should be game. Unless, of course, it's exactly Dragius. Actually, this is still good enough. Okay, what we need to do is play down the Ghost. Then, Dragius. Tribute off the 2 non-1500s. Activate the effect. Summon a 1500 again. Enter battle. Take out 1. Dragius destroys this, and then crashes with Kime Ruler, and we swing in for game with the second Gazelle. Blue Falcon formation, sent packing. And we get ourselves another shot. We can do it. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, outlaw a gold to Luke. And we are second. Hand would have been fantastic going first, setting up both of our tribute engines. But now we'll have to wait and see. They set a few monsters, and tribute set a Gravity Press Dragon. Flame Cerberus, huh? I think clearing the board makes sense in this situation. The 1 tribute monster has to be a Gravity Press. I wouldn't be expecting them to run anything else, and if it's a Volcano Dragon, that's even lower. Perfect. And then we should be able to clear. But we are opening ourselves up to a big counterattack, as that is probably a level 7 monster. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, we see the turn to Sports Dragon again, into a Dragius. So they're drawing all their limited 3 cards. But yeah, that's definitely going to clear my board. And they have 2 sets as well. That is certainly a power turn from my opponent. They don't even clear the Gazelle, forcing me to be unable to get access to value from my Paku. Okay, let's Silverwolf. We need to weaken Dragius. Then we summon Phoenix Dragon. And Tribute Summon. 1, 2. We're gonna see if we can mill a second Dragius off of the effect. Not quite that lucky, but it's fine. Milling Gaia is actually really bad though. We need those monsters for later. 1 and 2. Luckily, the Gaia we have on field is going to eat any potential widespread ruins. So we might be able to get in a solid push here. Let's start by swinging into Dragonite. Then Gaia. And finally, we swing directly. It looks like their set card is some kind of barrier. Or maybe a Phantom Bind. But we know they have something that's not Widespread Ruin, otherwise they probably would have used it to protect them from taking so much damage and clearing my board. 2 lesser dragons means they are going to tribute summon out a boss. Okay, so Slayer is fine, because that can only take out one of the 2 bosses. I mean, it's probably going to destroy Dragius, which, you know, not our favorite thing to have happen. But they shouldn't be able to get over Gaia on the same turn, since they ought to use lesser dragons, unless they have like exactly Triad Drago a level 4 and then draw into it. They are thinking. I guess they were trying to figure out which card to run over. Probably trying to figure out if the skill allows itself to boost up on consecutive turns. Did they throw another card face down? I don't remember. But in any case, Currybot. That is already set up. But I'd rather get the Silver Wolf onto the field, because we can push for lethal. Obviously, it would have been great to be able to use the Silver Wolf's effect, but this is the better play, for sure. Let's go ahead and throw down the Recital, activate our skill, boost up our new Gaia, and swing. I'm pretty sure they have a barrier face down, and then maybe something else, but... with lesser dragons and winged dragons and Triad Drago all having over 1,000 defense, I feel like Silver Wolf is pretty unlikely to actually be able to clear whatever this face down monster is. But it is a chance for us to go for lethal. But our board should be strong enough to survive a lethal, so getting the guaranteed damage is better. Alright, so it was 1200. I made the right play. They have a Phantom Bind. But, getting in for 700 is way better for getting in, than getting in for 0. Alright, they set 3. Which means I'm looking for exactly Monster Reincarnation or my 3rd Dragius. Monster Reincarnation is here. Let's go ahead and activate the skill. We discard Currybot, and they concede, knowing we have Dragius in the graveyard. I will send them over a nice, and we will go to the next game. I think it's been a long time, but we have finally gotten another win streak. Here comes game number 3. Let's get, let's just keep the luck up and reach King of Games. We can do it. Alright, a Mimi player. And we are up first. Good signs for our ability to potentially win. A very interesting opening hand. And we're just gonna go for it. Set 1, set 2, set, and here we go. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Can we keep it up? They start with a face down. Interesting. They might have a widespread ruin, but here comes Summon Skull. It is an aggro deck. For sure. They bring out a Masaki. And another 1500. I can definitely keep my board safe if I go ahead and activate my widespread ruin. I guess let's just wait and see where they attack. Oh, that is great. Widespread ruin. Blow up the Summon Skull. And we're gonna keep a Silver Wolf around as well because they forgot where I set the Cerberus. Let's draw for turn. We find a Dragius and a Gaia. That's incredible. Let's tribute 2. 1, 2. Then we flip Silver Wolf and summon All-Seeing White Tiger. Activate the effect and get a small debuff going. Activate our skill. Servant of Dawn is going to boost Gaia above 2500 to prevent widespread ruin from destroying Dragius. We tribute 2 monsters. And activate Double Doom. Finally, Magical Ghost comes in. Battle phase. They do have the widespread ruin, but we did our best to play around it. We keep a 2500 monster on board and get in for over half of their life points. We have the advantage, but rush duels can change in an instant. This is anyone's game. Life point gain is going to give them an extra 1000. I was expecting them to be on the Cure Master Dion Keto, but 1000 life points might just be good enough to turn it around. We'll have to wait and see if we end up leaving them with under 1000 at the end of a turn. Thunder the Thunder allows their own Dragius to clear my board, and with a Prima Gatarna being sent to the graveyard, we can be sure that they have something good here. Unfortunately, Nathan, I think you're a little bit late. This is not looking good to me. If they summon out a high-level monster here, I'm in trouble. And, as expected, Dragius is coming in. In one turn, the entire game has been turned on its head. We're gonna need something good. And we've already lost all 3 Silver Wolf, so we need a normal monster. But not that one. And just like I said, all we can do is set and pass. A Summon Skull would have probably won us the game. But instead we got Flame Cerberus. We're taking 2500 damage this turn, almost guaranteed. But it could be more if they bring out another Prima Gatarna. Or even worse. Oh no. Yeah, they do have the Prima Gatarna with Monster Reincarnation, and that is going to be game. Unfortunate. I'm just blaming Nathan for the jinx, the curse. Wait. They don't have another monster. Interesting. I feel like just about any monster would have been able to clear mine, and then they would have been able to get in with Dragius. But now they're giving me a chance. It's not a big one, but what can I do? I have this Gaia. And Gaia can tie if they use the barrier. Which is rough. I think I have to bring in Gaia. We can use the skill. And then here's the thing. Do we beat Dragius or Prima? The thing is, if we leave Dragius, we're guaranteed to take 1 billion damage, but Prima Katana also is 1 billion damage. And the thing is, with Barrier, if they have any barriers face down, losing Gaia to Dragius in a trade is an instant loss. Whereas this is just barely surviving. So I have to swing into Prima. I think this is right. You definitely could have made the argument that I used the Pakachu. Or at least, set something else, because we're down a lot of our resources. 1 Paku, 2 Paku, and 2 Currybot is gonna make it pretty difficult to, actually get in for lethal. Welcome, Tokoha Anjo. How are you? Obviously a second Dragius also will just end the game, but not much we can do about that. Yep, here comes Dragius, and unfortunately, that is enough. We are gonna take a quick... Oh, when is Mimi's rerun? It should be, let me check. We don't know exactly when. It's just mid-January. So probably a little bit after the... Or once the Duelist Kingdom event ends. And then it says we have the Tag Duel Tournament as well. So probably after the Tag Duel Tournament. Ouch. Oh. I'm surprised other people talk. I feel like that should be a good thing. Hopefully you've heard good things. So we got the 2-win streak, but it was ended off of some unfortunate draws. Let's try keeping it up. We probably aren't actually going to hit King of Games today, but we'll give it another attempt or two. Okay. Oh, opening hand is decent. Okay, so they are starting off with a witch in attack mode. That means they may have bricked a little bit. Let's go 1, 2. Yeah, okay. So this is actually pretty strong. Even if they have a widespread ruin, we're gonna be able to clear the board and deal a fair amount of damage. Silverwolf, activate the effect. Mill 1. A Currybot, we would have liked to see that on our next turn, as we already have one in the graveyard. But this is fine. Servant of Dawn, spread out the buffs to prevent widespread ruin. Then this one is playing around a Recital. But we don't see anything, so it is probably a Recovery Force. And they take a ton of damage. Only 1,700 left. bum, bum. Okay, Magician Shuffle. My back row probably not going to be doing very much this game. Bum. Alright, another witch. But they can't actually use the effect. So it's not too bad here. Another face down is kind of problematic. But hopefully we'll be able to figure it out. We don't have any Ghost Cyclones, but we're not able to use them anyway because we have Gazelle on board already. Yikes. Actually, this is okay. Let's Tiger. Skull. Activate the skill. Boost here. Throw this down. Gazelle. Battle. And that is game. Their face down cards were both bluffs, and we managed to get in 4 lethal. Probably cards like Dark Magic Attack that they weren't able to use otherwise. Alright. Unfortunate. We were on a nice little win streak, got reset, but we are right back on it. It's interesting seeing if we had just changed one game result, we'd be on a King of Games rank up. And that's happened a lot recently. Where we'll go on game streaks where we win 3 out of 4. Amazing searching for someone like me playing Rush. Oh, thank you. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. I only just found it. But I agree. I think there need to be more people playing Rush duels. I don't know why it's so hard to find them. What? Togaha, what is your favorite deck? Alright, so we have a double Cerberus, which is okay. But it doesn't do anything against a turn 1 Yami ruler. Okay, they are tribute setting, and a bubbly elf is pretty rare. The 1 tribute monster is probably Umegumi, which has 0 defense. So I'm not super concerned about what kind of tricks they could have up their sleeve. I think I want to just go ahead and go in. Try to clear the board and deny them all of those extra cards that they could be using for tribute summons on the next turn. Let's head into the battle phase. 1. Hopefully this swing can kind of confirm what they're playing. Celtic Guardian. Okay. I think I do go this way. Like I said, this should be Umegumi. Umegumi? It's Widespread Ruin. It's a blue falcon. That's rough. I should have started off that way. Big punish. Oh, so the Aquas. Nice. Party is actually better than I think people give it credit for. But yeah, I am in a bit of a rough spot now. I was not predicting Tengu. And look at all of these resources. The turn on widespread is kind of rough though, so... I feel like I still made the right play. Though it definitely doesn't feel like it right now. I lose a ton of attack, and I'm taking so much. We do have Currybot and Pocket Pikachu set up, so the game's not over. We can make this comeback. Let's draw. Monsters, a tribute monster, and... no. Okay. Fair enough. A couple of Silver Wolves could work. Let's use their effect. We might be able to find something good to monster reincarnation. For example, Dragius would be amazing. We don't mill anything particularly interesting. So, go here again. Then, summon Gaia. Then, Magical Ghost, and I activate my skill, Servant of Dawn. Playing around the barrier, I buff Gaia the Fierce Knight. Enter battle. Swing. Let's get rid of Max Raider. Then, Magical Ghost will clear Bubbly Elf. End turn. I am kind of, what do I expect from the anniversary for Rush Duel? I don't know if you're asking what we are getting, but they have already announced it. So we're getting the Acebreaker Structure deck, some Dream Tickets, you know, the standard gem stuff, Swords of Revealing Light. Did you want me to send you a link? Alright, Bubbly Elf. This could be lethal. Maybe the Magical Ghost in attack mode was not the right play. Here comes another Gaia. And this not being a trap is really rough. For my lifespan. We do have one Curry Bot. Yeah, that's still nothing for us to reincarnate. Our life points, dangerously low. Curry Bot. But a single barrier is enough to destroy us. We could get a Silver Wolf, but that doesn't do it. We still crash with Silver Wolf. Okay. What we need is to Curry Bot. We'll pay the life points. This hurts, but it's what we need. Set a card. Then, Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius comes forth. Activate the effect to attack twice. This isn't lethal, so we have to throw down 2 defense position monsters. And enter battle. Attack Gaia number 1. They probably have a barrier, so Dragius is going down. But the game is not over yet. I end. Let's see what they put at. What will they bring out next? Masaki. Sure. Battle phase. And this is where we can turn things around. Widespread Ruin. Destroy the other Gaia. We have 500 life points remaining, and all 3 Pocket Pikachu are still in the deck. We have a monster reincarnation, which can get us to a monster. I summon Pocket Pikachu. I activate the effect. Pocket Pikachu returns Silver Wolf into the deck. I will take Gazelle. Next, we summon Phoenix Dragon. I activate the effect of Phoenix Dragon. I don't need Gaia the Fierce Knight. I will take Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Tribute Summon. 1, 2. I summon Pikachu. Then activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Another Pikachu has been sent to the graveyard. I tribute summon Summoned Skull. The effect of Servant of Dawn increases its attack points by 600. I'm swinging in for 1,000, 3,000, 4,500. I summon a Gazelle. Let's enter the battle phase. race is going to come down to the wire. Summon Skull attacks. It's barrier. A card is being returned to the deck. 2,500. And now, with just 700 life points remaining, Gazelle will finish the game. Direct attack. This was a close one, but we did it. I wonder if the Shield and Sword will push Warriors to Tier 1. It is possible. I think the Royal Bubble deck, the Psychics, and Dragonic Resonance all kind of get punished by having their monsters reduced down to 0 attack. It will definitely change some matchups. Alright, here is our next win streak. We won 2, lost a game, and won 2. Had we just changed one game's results, we would have been in King. Here comes Yuga Odo. Probably a 7's Axel Road player. If they win, they gain a rank. We are up first, which is not what I thought I saw the coin flip say. But that's fine. I draw. Another low-level monster is solid. Let's go 1, 2, 3. And I want to get one of these out of my hand. Tribute set. Let's go. Kotoyoro. Hammer Crush Deal. This is an aggro player. No wonder they're doing so well. We know this one's a Hammer Crush, but with 2 more face downs, we could be in trouble. What's their final card? Dragius, of course. That's rough. We lose Flame Cerebrus and Gazelle. We're gonna need 2 ways to get over this Dragius. But we didn't draw another beast. This could be rough. Let's throw down a couple of face down monsters. Then summon Gaia the Fierce Knight. If their only defensive measure is the barrier, we're able to clear. Well, it'll be a tie. But we have to go for it. I'll also tribute summon Flame Cerebrus. We know they have a Hammer Crush, but we're setting this face down anyway. We need to get it out of our hand. Battle. They have something. It's barrier. That's a crash, and we will take it. It's not widespread ruin, so we're getting through. Let's attack directly for 2,100 points of damage. And end turn. Unfortunately, they do have a Pikachu set up with 2 beasts in the graveyard. We see the Hammer Crush activated immediately. My widespread ruin is going to be destroyed, but they are giving up a resource for it. Speedy Performer. Let's see what else they have. If they're making a move, I'm expecting them to clear my board. We see 2 summons, and here comes the tribute. With a Gazelle to back it up, another Dragius is devastating. I'm not sure how we're supposed to clear this. That's over 4,000 points of direct damage. Alright, our back is against the wall. Silverwolf and Pikachu. We do have enough. I summon out my monster. Activate the effect. Let's return this to the deck. And get a new monster in our hand. Gazelle. We definitely want a Silverwolf. I activate my skill, Servant of Dawn. This is gonna boost my monster up to 3,100. Let's send a card to the graveyard using Silverwolf. And here we go. Battle. Attack that Dragius. Now, Ancient Arise Dragon, swinging into this would actually be game. So I want to swing this way, clearing it out. I pass. Okay, so the reason I did that is that Ancient Arise Dragon is 3,000 attack and deals 1,500 on here, but would be lethal on the Silver Wolf. Of course, if it's another Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, they can crash and then game. But Dragius also would have been able to solo clear by just swinging into the two monsters. So this makes it marginally harder for them to win. But with a Silver Wolf, that is enough. All they need is another tribute monster and it's over. Unfortunate. Another Silver Wolf, and I'm expecting this to be a game-ending push. Monster Reincarnation, and here we go. Unfortunately, they had the Hammer Crush for our Widespread Ruin. And I think I am going to head to the bathroom and get some water. So this will be a short, like 5-minute break. We will be back in a minute. Alright, so let's go ahead and give it another try. I see we're currently at, oh, we're actually right at the 4-hour mark. So we'll probably do 2 more losses. I want to give it 2 more runs. Alright, here comes a Luke player. Kind of an awkward opener. And going second, I'm sure doesn't really help with that. Looks like they have the set 3, set 4. And we draw a second tribute monster. Definitely going to just thin my hand as much as possible. Oh, I could actually reincarnation right now and bring out Dragius. Obviously this loses if they drew the Widespread Ruin, but we need to high roll. So, let's just go for it. Throw down Dragius, and hopefully we'll just be able to clear out some of these monsters. Alright, off to a decent start. It looks like it's the barrier. Obviously, all they need to do now is draw any, tribute monster, and we are in a really rough spot. But we can only get so far with a hand like that. Alright, Bunker Strike. I mean, I guess I'd rather see that than Ancient Arise Dragon, but maybe not since it does let them draw extra cards. It's only the one though. And they are losing a pressure. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. And we are taking 8 billion damage. Well, yeah, that is about what I expected. We're probably gonna have to give up this one. I'll just let them go for it. Do 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 do. Alright, sure. The Slayer just for that extra security, and we're going in for the quick lethal. Ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Alright, so we'll give it one more try. But if we're not able to win any additional games, Gaia Gaming will resume at another time. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Alright, so we are up first, have a decent hand. And I guess we'll just go for it. Set 1, 2, 3. Tribute over here and pass. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-bum, ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. How to play the party deck. You know what? Yeah, we'll do that after we finish the games for the day. Alright, so Dragius obviously seems like a pretty good call here. Then Magical Ghost and Summon Skull. Activate the skill, and we can boost the Cerberus to dodge a Widespread Ruin. King's Majesty to negate the attack obviously still is an issue, but Widespread Ruin I am fine with, because they go down to just 300 life points. So for the party deck, are you running Disco Fever, Set, Party Party Party, or Cure Master Dion Keto? Because there are a different couple ways to play Mimi. Alright, Heavy Drive. And they don't actually have to ditch anything. In fact, they even get to mill one. But they don't. Which means Rocker is unlikely to be coming out. But I am expecting a big heavy metal here. Which is still 2500 damage and kind of rough for my lifespan. Especially if they have two monsters to power through this. Okay. Obviously a Gaia would be pretty good here. I would have liked to see more monsters other than just that. But sure. We will see if we can make this work. One and two. Then Tribute. We can throw this down. And we are doing what we can. This is theoretically lethal. Oh, and they don't have it. So let's keep going. And hopefully I won't forget about the Aqua thing. Oh, alternatively, Togoha, if you want to join the Discord server, it'll be easier to, share the deck lists, and maybe someone else will respond in the meantime. But it'll be better because you'll be able to access the deck lists later on. So if you just ping me in there, I can post them after the stream. Which I think makes sense. Okay, so we are up first again. And this hand is okay. We're fighting a Luke player who's running a few more than 30 cards. This hand became a lot worse very fast. We haven't set up any of our... Oh, wait, hold on. Before I do that, I want to get rid of this card. That way we don't have two tributes in our hand going into the next turn. And I don't feel comfortable ending with two level 7s in hand. So the one we're bringing out is the Dragius. Since it's harder to get over theoretically, though just about anything is going to do it anyway. The thought process is that a lot of players are still on Dragius themselves, and crashing is better than running over Gaia and then hitting me for another 2500, and they concede immediately. So our hand was not great, but it turns out our opponent's was even worse. So that's 2 games down. Hopefully, we are able to just keep powering through. This is the kind of stuff we need to happen. We need to have happen to make the big 5 win streak push. Winning 5 in a row is definitely a tall order, no matter what deck you're playing. And when you're not on the best decks of the meta, it's a little bit it's even tougher. We're up against Roman next. We're second. They're probably playing Psychic, and they're on 40 cards. I feel like my deck should be better than a 40 card Psychic pile. But that doesn't mean anything if we're not able to make good plays. They throw down a face down. Do they have the turn 1 Widespread Ruin in a 40 card deck? We're going to find out. Let's throw down 2. And Dragius. 1, 2. Accompanied by Gazelle. Set and activate our effect. Battle phase. Okay. They might be on Beetle. A 40-card Beetle deck. What skill are they running? What bosses do they have? There's still a lot to learn. The inclusion of stock makes me think they're running Beetle plus Spice. Definitely an off-meta choice. And with Dragius, they can't stall behind 1400s for very long. But they can, you can see them, they're getting a ton of normal monsters into the graveyard. We need to find something to protect our Dragius from an incoming widespread ruin. And Gaia is just what we're looking for. This means even if we don't get in for damage this turn, we are gonna at least keep Dragius around and... Oh! We actually may not clear the board, as Silverwolf running into a 1400 is not good. Let's set some more cards and battle. We've activated the effect. That's what we can do. Let's swing. 1400. 0. I'm not risking it. Slow and steady. They have a recital. Well, I'm gonna go for it. They might be able to stall it out with a 1400. But they don't. We've cleared the field one more time. Interesting. I wonder what is an optimal draw for us? Probably something like the second Dragius and Summon Skull. Plus obviously some kind of low level. We have protection, but recital is actually not great if they're going for a big OTK via Noodles. And obviously if we draw our Widespread Ruin, we're not going to be able to actually set it either. Which is really interesting to think about. They set 3 more. And pass. It's my move. Summon Skull is a good start. Let's go ahead and bring it out. Of course we play around the Widespread Ruin as best we can. Actually, if we go here, we can potentially swing in for over 3,000, which is better. I did use the effect, so we can battle. They have something else. It's barrier, but that's not going to be enough. What do they even want to recycle? Just a 1400. Very odd. If they wanted to barrier, shouldn't they have done it on the Summon Skull? Swing in. That's over half their life points. A swing from a boosted Gaia would be enough to end it. And they concede. That's 3 down. It's been a long time since we've done this. This is our best shot yet. Let's keep queuing and see if we can go all the way. This is our final push of the night. And if we can just win 2 more games, we can do it. Next up is a Yuga. They could be aggro, summons Axel Road, Meteor, all kinds of decks. Volt Condor even. Okay, opening hand. Not optimal. We really want a low level. Summon Skull is not it. I think we have to just hope they don't have any tribute monsters. Unfortunately, this is the best we can do. An awkward hand with only 1 tribute monster, or with only one low level monster. We see an immediate Hammer Crush deal. they are on aggro, this is the worst case scenario. That deck is the best at just completely destroying my board. Between Thunder the Thunder, 3 copies of Ancient Arise Dragon, any of their boss monsters but Dragias can clear this, and if they have any buffers or debuffers, it's even more problematic. But it looks like they don't have it. We get another chance. Let's see what we can draw, and if we're able to turn this around. Phoenix Dragon. Not activatable. So, we set the 2 monsters. Then, we're bringing in Gaia. 1, 2. Finally, All-Seeing White Tiger. Let's throw down a face down and activate our skill. Turn of Dawn, we're going to boost Gaia to avoid Widespread Ruin on the Summon Skull. Battle phase. Attack number 1. They have a trap. 0 defense. That's what we expect. There shouldn't be a ton of monsters capable of walling this tiger. Okay, we get in for 2,900. And we end. They almost definitely have a barrier face down. I think if they had the Widespread Ruin, they probably would have used it. But here comes another Hammer Crush. So our recital is over. Gazelle. Masaki. We know a tribute summon's coming out. What do we want to see? I guess Ancient Arise Dragon would be the better one here. But Dragias is going to clear both of our non-Summon Skull monsters. And we are pretty sure they have a barrier face down, which is a bit of an issue as they have a chance to have drawn into a big card. 1, 2, and we are almost positive they have some kind of trap set. So what do? We can try to trade into Summon Skull, but without a debuff, it just seems so rough. I think we set, and we could bring out Dragias here. But attacking seems wrong. So I'm simply going to end my turn. Even if they bring out an Ancient Arise Dragon, we are okay. Oh, but what if they have a Speedy Performer? Okay, that's not Speedy Performer. I'm expecting an Ancient Arise. It is. Okay. 3k. Just 1 is alright. They have used 2 Hammer Crush. They probably don't have any more. Let's blow up Ancient Arise Dragon with Widespread Ruin. They might choose to crash the Dragiases, but I'm not expecting it. They do. That's very interesting and almost definitely not the right play. We draw for turn. Okay. Not great. Not gonna... I just needed another high-level monster to kind of guarantee this push. We know they have the... We know they have Kanans. Because they're on that Aqua engine. But we should play to the best of our ability. Let's bring in Magical Ghost, because we want to save the beast for when it's usable. Okay. Throw down a face down. Battle phase. Magical Ghost, swing. It's more likely it's a... Oh, Recital. If they're using Recital, we should be in an okay spot. We swing in for 2,500, and they are getting low. Oh, it might be a Widespread Ruin that they've been holding on to. That's impressive, though. Okay. No, we're pretty sure this is barrier. They have just 600 life points left. We have some protection, and they've gone through 2 hammer crushes. Seahorse Carrier, they're performing a really big board. They could bring out a double boss monster. Ancient Arise plus another Dragius would be devastating, but there are 2 of both in the graveyard already. The 3rd Ancient Arise comes down. This is getting close. Is their final card another boss? It is not. Okay. We have our recital, but we have plenty of monsters already in hand, so there's no reason for us to use it. It's my move. I draw. A Gaia the Fierce Knight might be what we need. Let's go ahead and... How do we do this? I'm 99% sure their set card is Barrier. Pikachu. And just in case we don't win, I want the extra card in the deck. Let's add Gazelle to hand. Then, Silverwolf. And another Silverwolf. Okay, I have a plan. Let's activate the effect. We're gonna ignore Ancient Arise Dragon. Gaia the Fierce Knight, come on in. And we're following this up with Gazelle. And Servant of Dawn is going to boost the Gazelle. Even if they have a trap card, Gazelle deals 1100 damage. Barrier is not enough. That is game number 4. Welcome, SCP-745. That is 4 in a row. Today, this is going to be our final game. So if you're just getting here, you are a little bit awkward timing, but you might be seeing us hit King of Games. This is our final game of the night. If we win, we hit the goal. If we don't, then we'll try again another day with more Gaia Gaming. This is our first 4-win streak, and our final opponent is a Roa. We've had a terrible win rate against Roas so far today, and we're up 2nd. Against a heavy metal drive deck, this could be considered a good thing, but being 5 cards behind in the deck is always an issue. We have an okay opening hand. If we draw another low-level monster, we'll be able to bring out Dragius plus Flame Cerberus. But what are they going to bring out? This is my rank up. I mean, what do we want? If they brick completely, I will take it. I would appreciate them letting me get to King of Games. But this is not a Royal Bubble deck. This is Hammer Crush Deal. And that means we're in a lot of trouble. This is a very tough matchup. Their deck is basically ours, but better. They draw 3 back row. But they're bringing out a Speedy Performer in attack mode. With a tribute set, what 1 tribute monster does that deck even run? Hammer Crush Deal. It must be a Flame Cerberus. I can't imagine it being anything else. So, what do I play around? Oh no, okay. If they have the Widespread Ruin, playing this Dragius is devastating. But if it's the Barrier, then I don't clear, but that's fine. Wait, I know that they have the Hammer Crush. Do I go for it? I have to. We have to play aggressively. 1 and 2. Dragius activates the effect, and this could go very wrong. We hope and we pray. It's a barrier. That's not too bad. Their set card should not have that many life. And we get in for 2100? Okay. Pass, turn. We know they have a Hammer Crush. But if they want to use the Hammer Crush, they do actually have to give up a card in their hand. So their final board would end up being weaker. Speedy Performer. They're boosting their own effect. Why would they do that? What are they? They're trying to set up their Pocket Pikachu engine for later. That's pretty clever. Welcome, Karaki. I'm playing Rush Duels. I have a pretty good chance of winning. I'm not sure that's necessarily true. Their deck is very strong. But what are they going for? We know one of their set cards is Hammer Crush. We don't know what the card on the left is. Can we do it? They are thinking, so they might not have anything. We were able to get in with Dragius. But this game could definitely go either way. Always the opponent has the chance to come back. That's why, despite having a slight lead here, I'm not feeling super confident. Monster Reincarnation. They have to be going for Witch. Unless they're just bringing out a regular 2 tribute. What's the Speedy Performer to get a low-level monster in the graveyard? That's genius. This has been... The suspense is killing me. What are they going to bring out? I have no idea. I'm expecting a high-level monster going to the graveyard. It's a Hammer Crush Steel deck running Bender Break. That is interesting. But we do confirm it's a low-level monster, so they're going for something that costs 2 tributes. And then, with their final card, they're going to Hammer Crush me to guarantee the clear. A Dragius going away. Is their final card 7-Zone Magician? It must be. It has to be a Magician. It is. Okay. So we are taking 500 damage. Obviously, I would have really enjoyed having my recital here. But here's our chance to come back. Phoenix Dragon is an amazing draw. Do I have any advantage generators? Currybot is not around. Okay. Let's go ahead and summon Phoenix Dragon in attack mode. We also want to actually make sure we are using these 2 later in the turn. So, what else can I do? I can ditch Music Princess, or I can ditch Currybot. If I Currybot, I get a full field. And if they had a Widespread Ruin, they would have already used it. So the Recital is a defensive option I do not need, because we are pushing for game. We need to go full speed ahead. I set this monster. Then, I Tribute Summon. If their face down card is the barrier, it is not enough. I activate the effect of Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, but what if it's a Recital themselves? Then we are in trouble. But we can't hesitate. Silverwolf, activate your effect, and weaken 7-Zone Magician. Battle phase. Dragius attacks in. And there is no trap card. We swing again for 2500, and we do it. King of Games with Servant of Dawn. On the final game of the night. Unless I'm being crazy. Send them a nice. We dodged Widespread Ruin for multiple turns. Did we do it? This should be it. And we did it. I will absolutely submit this deck. I know Xeno asked for the skill, so let's do a quick rundown of the deck. So, Servant of Dawn is whenever you summon a Gaia the Fierce Knight or summon Skull, one normal monster you control gains 600 attack. This is relevant in a ton of situations. Obviously, boosting a Gaia up to 2900 lets it beat over other cards in the game. However, during this climb, there are a ton of games where they have a card like Seven Sword Magician on the field, something that's under 2300. And if that's the case, you can instead choose to boost other monsters. For example, bringing Flame Cerberus up to 2700 is still good enough to beat Seven Sword Magician, but now, if they have Widespread Ruin, you're not losing your Gaia the Fierce Knight, you're losing a weaker monster. Additionally, if they have no trap cards on the field, and a situation like that occurs, instead of Gaia the Fierce Knight, you can boost up one of your other normal monsters. And doing this will allow you to clear opposing monsters. For example, Seven Sword Witch or Dragorite. Servant of Dawn is also notable for not restricting you from Dragius. The only restriction is that your high-level monsters need 1200 defense, and Dragius gets there with 1500. So you get all of the good power of Dragius with all of the power of being a hipster and running an unpopular deck. If you look at this deck, you'll notice Dragius plus the Beast Engine plus a card that goes up to 2900 is very, very similar to Beast Aggro. I initially was running some Ghost Cyclones, but Recital I thought would be ending up helping more. It didn't actually come up a ton in this run, but the idea is that we will simply dodge the Widespread Ruin, effectively playing around it by sacking off our monsters and keeping Dragius around. And then Recital is really good into the heavy metal matchup, which we were losing a ton. As if you have two monsters on field, they'll pop one, but then you could deny the attack completely. Magical Ghost is just here as another low-level monster, as I was getting some Briggy hands. So, that should be it. Thank you to anyone who tuned in, whether you just got here or if you've been watching the climb for a while. We'll be back sometime next week with some more duels. I want to try out Beast Gear World for sure. Maybe in the Tuesday or Wednesday range. I also have a video on this deck going up tomorrow. So I hope you all will check that out on YouTube. Thank you for watching and have a good night.